systematic literature review. I never had any ideas. I know one of my mentors have said, when it's time to start writing systematic, I knew I wanted to come back to him to say, sir, how do I start? I never did that. But each time I read systematic reviews, it seems so complex. How do you get start from? All the terminologies they use, how they search, how they sorted, how it was always, a difficult thing for me to comprehend. But from last week, I think I have some stability now. In fact, Prof, I had to go through as advanced, and I'm listening to like at least 3 videos, with practical illustrations. How to register your protocol or Prospero. I've gone through that video. How to start. In fact, one of the speakers on YouTube has published a paper on how to write systematic reviews. And the way he described that paper, said this is the Bible of systematic reviews. What I did was to just take a shot of that page and wrote it down, wrote that paper and read it. I feel so excited. That's one. Secondly, I've also gone ahead to search in my own area of research interest, the systematic reviews that have been done. And look at that, there are so many. And then I'm not thinking, am I qualified to do systematic reviews? That's what is going through my mind now, and it's so exciting. It's so exciting. Okay, fine. So far, thank you.
Thank you very much. That was certainly wonderful, and I hope the other members of this group are doing the things he's doing. Following our mentors and facilitators' advice, going to YouTube, downloading stuff, reading, because that is the only way to internalize what you're being taught here. Group B.
Can I just say this?
Yes, sir.
What you failed to do was to tell us where the group, where they are now, with all the assignment we get them. I think it's important. We want to know how far you've gone. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. So we have met a number of times with my group members. As it is now, we have gone past the issue of the research topic that we want to work on. We have written abstracts. We have written an introduction. In fact, we already have a draft of our concept note. What we have not done yet is to design our work breakdown structure, which we are going to do. But we have our set objectives. We have people that we intend to work with here and there. And then we are building essentially the whole structure of the concept note. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to say that I'm reading the abstract. I thought the abstract is usually the last thing that you write. So, all right, Group B. Who is your representative? You? Group B. Should I? Okay, please come forward.
No, you go for it.
Good morning, everyone. I am once again Basira, easily call me Penkia, my hometown. So you remember Kasana State, Penkia. Group B, we've been having fruitful engagement. Since last week, we wanted to get the topic that resonates with all of us. But first, we have a mental health scientist, we have a pharmacist, we have a public health physician, we have an ophthalmologist, nutritionist, biochemist, ophthalmologist. At first, we wanted to get a topic that incorporates our individual aspects. So we initially wanted to go ahead with a topic on mental health and connect it to nutrition. We realized it wasn't working, so we decided to focus on substance abuse. So in our project, we're thinking of developing and implementing a harm reduction strategy for adolescents who are into substance use. as we were discussing, especially with our mentors that was initially assigned to our group, we tried to see, okay, yes, harm reduction is something that is common in other countries, but do we have it here in Nigeria? So we started doing a literature review. We actually even intended to go ahead and so that we can have a robust scoping review, which we will be able to publish. And then also in discussion, we tried to say, okay, we just can't sit here and think of like, okay, harm reduction. We need to find people who are into substance use and have that discussion with them. So we are also in line and preparing to meet those people before we leave here, so that it will help us in preparing and setting up our studies. So how far we have gone, we have been able to prepare a concept note, and we've also prepared task and activity, and also a work breakdown structure. These are all drafts, we are still working on them. And then also we are still pushing ahead to see how we can read further to prepare that scoping review, have that interaction with substance users before we leave here, so it can guide our phases of our study, because we are really trying to see how we can involve community-based approach to our research.
Well done, good team. Good see. A recap of last week and then what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. My name is Abiodun Ajaybe, call me Abiodun, and I would like to appreciate NIMR Foundation for this opportunity. This training is like a answer to a long time prayers, because I've had trainings 1 day, at most 3 days training on grantmanship, but this is the first time I'll be attending a training that will include practical demonstration, and so it has helped me. Thank you so much. So as a person, I've learned from the 1 week that we had, and I was able to gain more insight into the rudiments of calculating sample size and how I can relate the power to the cost and also the sample size. That one thing I did not know before. And so for my group, since Tuesday that we've been meeting and interacting, we were able to arrive on a topical topic of public health importance, that is cervical cancer being a preventable cancer in Nigeria. So we agreed on the topic, and we've been able to write off the background to the proposal. We've also been able, the way we did this was to allocate different individuals to different aspects of the proposal writing, and also to group people into 3 for the aspects of the assignment. So having done the background to the proposal, we've been able to develop the concept notes, we've been able to write the abstract summary and the abstract, and also the letter of intent. Yesterday we met together to design to break down our activities in form of a work breakdown structure. And so we as at yesterday, we harmonized the different aspects of the work breakdown structure, and we've been able to tackle all that. I think that's how far we've got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ladies are winning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salwa Gawaiki. I'll call me Salwa in my first name. I really appreciate the opportunity given here. Thank you very much, NIMR. I thank my colleagues for helping me through all these rigorous learning process. When I came here, I came with an open mind, thinking, what are they going to teach us for 21 days? I was wondering. But what I went through last week, I realized that 21 days is kind of even too short because of the level of tutoring they are getting here. Thank you very much. My experience here is more or less like a wow thing that we were discussing last week. I have been trying to apply for a grant which has never been successful. But even before assignment they gave us to do, I I started pinpointing my mistakes. So I realized that definitely I will not get a grant with that. But with what I have learned last week, I'm hoping. In fact, I feel confident that inshallah I will get there. Another thing is the encouragement that last week BC gave us. I'm really guilty of that. I have many things to contribute to science, but it just says there in my laptop. I don't have the guts to kind of send it in for review. But now I realize that coming together with many people, you can get things done. Also, I was thinking that you can only sit down like minds. What I mean by like minds is only people in my own field, in my own area. But now I realize that you can come together from different fields and still come up with something tangible. Like the assignment we were given last week, we were able to come up with a topic after several deliberations, and then we were able to write our concept notes. We were able to write our abstracts, even though we haven't come around to do our intent letter, but still, that's what we are working on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think we should give a round of applause to our facilitators, from all the reports. We're going to break a bit from the agenda that I don't know what I will share to you. The agenda for the week. For now, Professor Meremikwu will be taking us on communication skills in the area of journal publishing. Thank you, Professor.
The reason is that I'll be traveling later in the day, so I asked for permission to do this. So I hope you don't mind, my colleagues and the others. Forgive me for not telling you I would do this. So basically, we'll be just talking, we're supposed to be discussing communication for the whole of today and through the week. And it's a very broad area in the science and research enterprise. But one area which I thought we should focus on for today is to talk about scientific writing. Okay, and they seem to say that you learn on the job, but that's true. But there's hardly anything on earth you cannot go to school and do. You can learn anything you really want to be good at. You have to take out time to do a bit of learning. May not be formal learning. Most of the learning we do are informal, the adult learning. So I was just trying to see if I can show you some edge from the little experience I've had in this area so quickly. And I'm going to put them up here. Thank you so much. Okay. Give us a minute, sorry. So today we have in our midst you have actually a lot of superstars apart from people like us who come from backyard in Calabar. We met Prof. Ehi Igubo. You can be my friend. Igubo as the chair in Cape Town. Yes, it's because he's the professor at the University of Cape Town. One of the University of Southern Western Cape. Yes. And of course, for a long time, you've been working for the NCDC.
Well, that's correct. And colleagues, good morning. Such delight being with you all. So the name is Ehi Gungo. Ordinarily, I'm professor of epidemiology with the University of the Western Cape in Cape Town. After my stint in academia, I moved into kind of the funding arena. I was chief of epidemiology for the US CDC for 9 years in South Africa, where we commanded a bit of funding for HIV and TB research. Otherwise, also supporting the National Research Foundation in South Africa, where I chaired portfolios in review of grants and support for grants leading. Back in Nigeria, I was the Chief Epidemiology Advisor to the Director General of the NCDC. The UN asked that I support them in the COVID-19 response. But most impressively, I'm now with NIMR. I'm adjunct professor with the Center for Infectious Disease Research. So real delight being here, and I look forward to the interaction. Thank you.
So I want to have the privilege of also announce Professor Mercy, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meremikwu and Dr. Idungo. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. You know, when I came in and sat down and they said Idungo, and I was looking at the name, I said Idungo, it wasn't possible. Now, so I looked and saw the spelling and I realized I need somebody who is Idungo as well. So I turned to him and said, are you related to Idungo that works in Novena? He said, yes. You know what? It turns out to be the mom. And it turns out that I spent a night in their house in Delta. I had been invited by the Novena University, a particular research that I was part of. They were commencing, so Professor was the who is both of Novena and Australia, invited me to come and give a talk. So coming, she graciously agreed to water me and it was very nice. In a way, it tells you what research is. You go all over the place, meet people that you don't even know before. I mean, before I worked, I didn't know him. Now I know him, and even know that I knew him before. So I'm sure I know quite a lot of you before. I'm hoping that we are all going to learn, because for me, it's a learning process. I don't stop learning. I don't stop signing up for short-term training. Like when he was talking about the systemic review, I think it's Stellenbosch. I did it sometime, but I haven't had time to use it. So the point is that don't feel shy, just learn. Read. As old as I am, because I know I'm older than all. Yes.
We stop here.
As old as I am, I think a look and learn. As he's giving his talk, I'll be picking ideas. One thing is to open up your mind. I was happy when he said open up your mind to learn. Absorb like children absorb. Okay? So welcome everyone. I hope we'll all be able to learn.
Thank you. And this is going to be brief. What I did get here, you move my slide before I ask you to move. And you go back to the slides. Okay? I didn't have the amount I missed, that's why I got here very much. Can you go back? You can go forward. I'm the one that should go back. Okay. Okay, so I should go forward actually. Fantastic. So we'll be looking at communication. So this next slide actually tries to show the spectrum of communication so that you don't, I want to do a disclaimer that I'm not doing communication as a whole. I'm only doing part of it. Okay, so this shows the spectrum of communication, and most of them usually, if you're going to do it when they start at the time you conceive your research, and you have you do priority setting for research, because there's so much to do research on, and you need resources, human resource, money, equipment. So to just do research like that is political. You have to first identify relevant topics and have to prioritize so that most important things are done first. So in the process of doing that is usually to engage the stakeholders. Because if you do, then they will be expecting the results of your research. Like when we do things for the Ministry of Health, we do malaria, efficacy tests for them for years. So the minister will say, when is that result coming out? We've not seen it because the minister knew that we are going to do it. So when your stakeholders know that the result, or they be part of choosing your research topics and they contribute, like sometimes they ask, I remember one of the things that we are doing hematology, where I practice. So, for late girls who have sickle cell disease, some of the things that worry them in the yellow light it's not slick to walk around with yellow eyes. So when others bother about other things, or they bother about the yellow eyes. So you have to find a way of making sure so you capture that in your treatment with them. So if you do research for such a client and you don't consider how to deal with yellow eyes, how it looks to the public, then that kind of stakeholder will be losing out of that outcome. So involving stakeholders takes into account issues around equity, so that you don't exclude any group just because they don't have the voice. So then community engagement is becoming very important. In fact, a lot of community goals, engagement principles, it's a big field now. People are now devoting their whole research life in community engagement. So it's important that you know that also, just like you will do, if you enter the community properly, they will know why you are there, and the company will give you some help. So when the result comes out, they will be looking forward to. So just to say that communication should commence at the time we designing and at the time we conducting. Then this third one, which is often the most commonly the one that researchers or joint publish will perish. This one we're going to do a bit this morning about the journal publication. Of course, next to it at the conference, okay, not going to conferences would actually deprive yourself of huge opportunities for meeting, you know, being at a cutting edge in your field. I remember I went for a pediatric association meeting in Edinburgh, and then I was this presentation on constipation. So the man drew the bottom of a very big, of a baby, and he drew a map of the world around it. But Africa was empty. There was no research coming out of Africa. So when we finished, I stepped up to them. I said, "What's wrong with this? Why is there no research in Africa?" He said, "Well, we don't know. We don't have people that we can work with." So I took his details, and when I got to, I found some of my colleagues who are doing gastroenterology. Today they have very strong collaboration with that big guy. Okay, so if you know the role guidelines for this data that developed and passed, this is what I'm talking about. So meeting such people at conferences for yourself and for others to define the thing. So also read papers that will come up next year, because they will have the pilot reports. So you also take their own pilot reports. Because sometimes even Nobel Prizes have been won by small presentations that show that something important has been done somewhere. Okay? Because if you presented it first, then the credit will be given to you. If they are going to award to two people, maybe they will split it with somebody. But if you kept it in your podcast or in your broad chest, you lose that, because somebody else publishes or says somewhere in the conference will just get a Nobel Prize. So conferences, in the assignment, they asked to learn how to do abstracts and how to do posters for conferences. So I know you're all experienced already. From class says we are all still learning. So whatever we can pick to improve our skills in this area will be. And I'm going to be sharing some resources that contain areas where you can find something to learn about them. Then policy briefs. Yes, this is going to engage policy makers. You have to find a way to present a package of research findings in a way that they will be quick to read and understood by the main points, you know, the take-home points, and of course, part of your method so that they can believe what you wrote. Research briefs alone may not work. So sometimes you have to design a mechanism to engage policymakers and stakeholders with your research. That's called a deliberative dialogue. Okay, personally designed to throw up, it will not only have research, throw up questions around that area, and maybe your research findings will now be situated around them, so that people in that context are able to say, well, is it good enough for us to make this policy based on this research or not? So policy is very critical. Okay? Of course, websites, the social media, they are becoming very, very critical for. If you do somebody do great literature search, you know, Google has become the best data for great literature. Talk about anything Google. You must just Google stuff, ordinary Google itself. This you cannot find in all the well-organized databases you find in Google. So using the internet, but not it's like garage in So you have to do a lot of curating and the risk of bias assessment so that you don't misinform with what you found from wrongly summarized research. So there are public lectures and critical. These are done by institutions like NIMR, universities. Sometimes they are on topics that are trending or some new findings, new research that is done in that environment, so that these are important. So the media picks them up and they make it popular. People read it. And of course, they also press releases. Because individual researchers have a limitation to doing this thing, because if you amount to malpractice to publicize yourself as a researcher, your work should publicize you. But your institution can decide to publicize what you've done. Because you want to show that they're working hard. So the university can pick up your work and put it up as a press release. Then you are absorbed as a researcher from on fair advertisement itself. Okay, there are many more, but these are the main ones. Okay, so when we talk about publication, it's just of efforts to make sure that your research is visible and also is being used for important decisions around the areas of your interest. That includes agriculture, environment, not just health. Okay? I'm going forward. Okay. So, like I said, there's really nothing you cannot train yourself on. So, it's my saying that it's important to receive formal training in research the next 3 weeks. Okay, so that's already you have. But then I'm just going to emphasize the fact that writing also is an important part. So, and I'm going to be spending time to talk about, I'm trying to use the pointers I'm having, to talk about reporting guidelines, because that's what I'm going to try to do. I know many of you are already using reporting guidelines. They are so helpful. If you are not using them, you are losing out, because these are things that journals are now depending on as the basis to judge your articles, whether you've done them well. So not to use them means you will be losing out. Okay. So this is about reporting guidelines. They have guidelines there. They a series of guidelines. Each of them will have a checklist. So there are those guidelines, there are checklists on how to report. And so reporting guidelines are simple, structured for health researchers to use while writing manuscripts. Okay. So and you know whether you call it a checklist or a guideline, it helps the reader to understand better because it's well structured, it's close. And then further researchers can basically look at how you reported and replicate what you've done, because you captured every good part of the methods and the results that will help them do just about what you've done. And those who read your paper find it easier to read. And if people are doing systematic reviews, they will go to the right sections in your paper and find the right thing quickly, because it's structured well. You use the correct reporting guidelines. Okay, so a lot of the journals now, the high-impact journals, are going to insist that you use them if they're going to publish you. Okay, sorry, I keep going forward. Okay, good. Okay, so there are a lot more. Each of these reporting guidelines, they have also the variants. I will start from something like consult. Consult is a reporting guideline for randomized control trials. But they have extensions. They can have one for let's say I'm trying to find any type of study. What is it now? Okay, cluster randomized studies, for instance. Okay, there may be slight variations in cluster randomized studies. So people will develop a slightly different version of consult that has done. And then for crossover studies, there's also going to be a consult, guideline for crossover randomized control trials. So if you want to publish any of those, then you have a ready guideline to look at 1, 2, 3, 4 guidelines on what must appear on the paper for it to be appropriately written. Then observational studies, which is a lot of types of research, most of the things we are doing fall under that. The stroke guideline is the main one for it. And we're going to talk about the stroke guideline further. That systematic reviews, the guideline for reporting them is the PRISMA guidelines. Okay, each of them will have a checklist, and they will have a flow diagram on how you did your study and how the flow of the patients or your subjects as you did that. So all of them will come with those important things. Okay, now if you give a protocol for randomized for clinical trials, you're trying to do one, because now you can publish protocols as papers. Okay, so if you wanted to publish the protocol, you need a spirit guideline. Okay, to publish a protocol for clinical trials, you need a spirit guideline. If there is a variation of the PRISMA guideline, we call PRISMA P, which is how to publish a protocol for systematic review. PRISMA P. It's PRISMA, modified for protocols. Okay, for diagnostic reviews, the START guideline. For case reports, the CARE guideline. For appraising guidelines, actually it's not really like this one is not really agreed guideline is not. It's not a reporting guideline where it is an appraisal guideline. So maybe you can do both. But if you want to critically appraise clinical practice guideline, the only accepted tool for that is the AGRI. I think we're now at AGRI 2 or AGRI 3 guidelines. Okay, and then for qualitative studies, the SRQR is I think that's for. I don't remember the time misinformed. Now for animal studies, which we call generally preclinical studies in healthcare, the ARRIVE guideline is the guideline for reporting animal studies. So this Equator network is a huge network of supersonic experts, mostly people in Europe, America, and Canada. They are based at Oxford. Okay, there's a statistician called Doug Altman. If you Google Doug Altman, you tend to use all sorts of statistics in healthcare. I think he passed about 4 years ago. He was just in his either late 60s or early 70s. It was a huge loss to the world. So it was Doug Altman that was really pushing this with, what's his name, another Canadian gentleman who is at but the two of them were leading them. Okay, so I'm going to go and leave this. You can see in the economic evaluation report, we have a guideline like a cost effectiveness, cost benefit analysis. If you wanted to report that, you also have, and then they are all free. Usually they will go through a long process to develop them. Then they will get the mainline journals to publish them as free access articles. So anywhere you find it, either in Lancet or BMJ or JAMA, wherever you find them, they usually should be free because that was the agreement. Just to make them accessible, that's why they publish it. And WHO also publishes it, the bulletin of WHO, both bulletin of WHO also publishes some of them. Okay, so please, these guidelines, I'm going to try. Why am I doing this all the time? I'm going forward or backward. God help me. I think I'm going the other way. Okay. Have I? Okay. All right. Okay. This is it's crowded. This is the PRISMA guideline for reporting. If I got closer, you will have even a guidance on how to write an abstract, how to write an introduction, how to write a method, the various stages of systematic reviews like we looked at. It will tell you. So if you had to use this checklist, there's very little chance that at least you're not able to get a well-structured report that will be a paper. Okay? And even if you wrote it in Yoruba, they'll still read it and think that or Efik or Igbo, any of those. And then there's a spirit guideline just to show that that's true. And there's a bigger version of stroke somewhere. Okay, yeah, this is expanded stroke just to show you item number 6 participants. Okay, item number 6 on the stroke checklist talks about the 22 item checklist. Okay, so now it says something for the different types of question. It says something about cohort studies. What is the report for cohort studies? What should we report for case control studies? Those are the 3 main types of observational studies, and what you should report for cross-sectional studies. Okay, and because you can have matched studies in cohort studies as well as in case control, it further gives you guidance on how to report matching in cohort studies and how to report matching in case control studies. So I just finished. So in essence, if you really wanted to make sure you have these things to report, I'm sure you probably look at them as you are planning your research. Because if you're going to look at what to report, I didn't collect the data. So although they are meant to be reporting guidelines, most researchers also use them to guide them in the design of their studies. Okay, this is the one for systematic review and line, the Prisma guideline. It starts from the protocol stage, and that's item 5, I think the eligibility criteria, how to report it, because sometimes there are language restrictions in NASA. If you're in a hurry, you say, I only search English language paper. That's okay, but it's good to say that that's what you did. I can say there was no language restriction. So reporting those things when you publish will make everybody not to, what did they report only English or not? And you've tried, you've gone through this Prisma checklist, and you know that you should say that you either searched all languages or you searched only English and French or thereabouts. The sources of information and all that. Okay? These are just snapshots to show you what these guidelines look like. Okay, so this is, I was putting what I had. I just put this one inside. Because I had said what reporting is. This is the link to the reporting guidelines. I think I've put in these new slides. I think we'll just duplication. Okay, so there's no harm in doing it again. So it's their checklists, and their flow diagram, their structured tests that help authors to report their research. Okay, but now editors of journals insist that you use them. Okay, now how about courses in writing? Okay, so I think I took this also from the Equator website. So there are courses. This is a free course in biomedical writing online. And this is, if this was chosen by Dr. Osman and his colleagues, it must be a good one. Because it was the Equator network that I got it from. So there's also a guideline for the simple tools and powerful tools to increase the impact of research. This is a virtual course on also research reporting standards, published by the Pan American region of WHO. Okay. Okay, now I'm putting 2 before 1. Last one. The last one. Sorry. Forgive me. Okay. Whatever happened. Okay, so yeah. This was an initial effort I made to present what NIH had presented on their site about how to, the important things to take into account when you're doing communication, not just for publication in the scientific journals. So I think it's misplaced, but it's important. Maybe the one I'm going to share will have number 1. Is a series of things that includes, being able to know your audience, of research in your audience, and also try to choose the kind of channel that matches your audience. Then working also with how to work with the media. Okay, when you work with the media, you have to avoid, vague statements. Okay, I had a press conference. I had a media roundtable with journalists in our institute in Calabar on condom, because they gave us money to publish system, to popularize the system. So we showed them a guideline, a systematic review that showed that condoms worked up to 80%. The next week, Punch had a front page, 20% doesn't work. So our scores that are coming from England, how can they use different money to do such a funny thing that is now discrediting competence? Because I wasn't careful. So since then I'm careful. I always got that granted. Obviously, that's how to make sure when you communicate with the media, you only say what you wanted to publish because they're going to choose the bad one and publish. That's how they get the news. Okay, some of those things I said, like the NIH also has got some tools like this, the NIH style guide. You know, that is supposed to help you develop things like fact sheet, newsletters, promotional materials. So they're quite handy. And also, one of the things that you will notice they asked you to do earlier is to write your abstracts in plain language. Okay, it's not inferior language. It should contain all the important things. There is a way to write it so that people who don't read complex English will understand it. So NIH has got also some tool that can show how to write plain language, research reports. I think there's a platform. Okay, this one is some areas you can also get guidance on how to prepare. These are, you can actually click on that and go to this site. Some of them you have to buy, but some of them are free. Okay, like this manuscript preparation and submission. And this is free. This one, the first one is free. Is the Conference of Medical Journals that has issued it. It's free. So you can see if you could read that and have a copy of it. Sometimes when you're not quite sure, you can have a look. So all the journals that are popular have signed up to that Conference of Medical Journal Editors. So you read what they wrote, it's likely to be closer. Okay, so all these are things that we can use, like I said. So then if you know the last one, how to avoid plagiarism and self-plagiarism so that you don't get into trouble. Just like politicians, they say, if you live in glass house, don't throw stones. So don't build a glass house, because if you're doing plagiarism, somebody who doesn't like you, we just beat it one day, and that can be very damaging. So every effort you make at preventing this will save you embarrassment. Okay, it's not because you just want to be smart. No, it's just because you know that the world worries about the fact that they want publications to be credible and true. And people who have suffered to write, to do research, spend millions, others don't copy it, change the numbers, and then do like they're the one that published it. Those things discourage, the research enterprise. So that's why these laws are there to catch people who do it. Okay, this is the site of the International Committee Medical Journal Editors. And the very location where you find the documents of how to prepare and submit articles to medical journals. Okay, then there are also books on science writing, okay, getting published, A to Z. So it doesn't matter how much you spend, maybe you will spend more than £30 to buy them. It could be quite a lot. So they're like Bibles. If you not Bible, don't forget for reading them. They are very good, nothing compares to the Bible. So they are very good documents that you could see, you could use, even when they're not clear about certain things, how to write a paper. This is a BMJ paper by Holder, that a BMJ publication, not a paper. BMJ has a publishing house. Okay, and then of course, what's that one now? Anyway, all of them are accessible, but some of them, okay, yeah, that's the one I wanted to point out. How to create effect conference abstracts and posters. Look, one of our assignments today is about creating conference abstracts and posters. So some of these things that can be sold, you will find them free online, but I'm not teaching you how to find stolen tapes. So if you look online, you will find it somewhere. But so of course use official laptops, so we don't put some things on it, otherwise we can put our university in trouble. Okay, I think that's it really. I'm going to stop. Okay, this is about the ethics of research writing. Okay, it starts from when you conduct the research. You know, if you have people go to the ethics committee to obtain ethical clearance, they're about to publish. So please, can you give us ethical clearance? That's fraud. So to avoid doing that, just follow the correct thing. When you want to do research, obtain the consent, observe all the things that have to do with the patient's safety, protect the patient's integrity, and confidentiality. And of course, if you are going to publish a clinical trial or a protocol, you have to register it. We have a registry in Africa at the MRC in Cape Town, the PACTRA, the African PACTRA, so that you can, even if you couldn't go to trial.gov, and you can go to that and register. But not to register means that each journals will publish it. So, and you spend so much money to do great research, and now you can go to publish it in a village journal. Not that it's bad to publish there, but it could have been better if it could be done because it missed. So just to say that if you want to be ethical in publishing, then you have to do ethics in research, because they're going to demand to have that. Okay, so all of us know about the ongoing campaign against fabrication, falsification, and fraud in research, including both managing the money, managing your personnel, not taking advantage of people, as well as also fabricating and falsifying data. So these are the things, and there are a lot of documents that show how not to do that. They also regarding the ethics of writing. So you know the journal editors, the committee, they define who the author is, you know, and all the various things that could make authorship to vary. So I know you may not achieve that perfectly, but make an effort to read about authorship. So each time you convene a group, make sure everybody there are qualified. It's like making sure everybody in your team reads the last version of your paper. It's a compulsory requirement and approach it. If they didn't, then they're not really qualified to be honest. So that's the last requirement, because they can do a disclaimer that somebody imposed this is a criminal thing they're using. So you have to get them to read it and then have a trail of the emails. Then have duplicate publications. You publish something before, you dust it up and send it to another journal, or you cut it into what they call the salami. So you slice it into bits. One objective, the objectives are linked together, slice it into bits and publish 10 papers. It's a bit of unethical. Yes, you can publish 2 papers or 3 or 4. If genuinely they all have different messages and address different questions. But if they are the same thing, you just call it in this and publish. That's also unethical. So beware of that. Okay, then the ethics of publishing, okay, confidentiality. Editors also have to make sure reviewers, many of us are reviewers, and then also some of us are editors. You have obligation to keep everything they give to you confidential, because some editors are not that good. Some of them actually are going to steal intellectual property and then get somebody they know to begin to do some work someone has sent to them for publishing. That's unethical, but people do that. So they warn the editors that please try not to do that. And everybody who is publishing with you should declare conflict of interest. Because you get to write at the bottom, no one declares it, but you're telling a lie if you didn't ask them to declare. Okay. So those are the things. Then companies like me now, I don't receive money from drug companies. Not because I wouldn't like to. Each time I go to a meeting, I say I received $2,000 from Pfizer. Just 2,000. I go to a meeting in Europe, the committee I belong to. You have to declare, I raised my hand. Last week I received $2,000 or $3,000 from Novartis. You know, it's quite embarrassing. So for that reason, because you have to declare it, so that if they have something that has to do with Novartis, they will exclude you from contributing because they know you are biased. Of course, there are amounts of money for other engagements that will make them. For drug companies, they're red flag if you are working in the area of treatment. Okay, but drug companies can do research. They can actually commission research. That's different from them funding you as a researcher. But even when you take their drug funding for research, you have to declare that our department is being funded by Novartis. No, not a problem, but you need to declare that. Okay. So these are English language that, my first language is Igbo. One is framing, and other ones I'm not sure. But that's the last one, by the way. So sorry that it came in a rush, a bit late, but I thought that this is an opportunity to also get you interested in looking at these areas, particularly the reporting guidelines. You want to say something? Yes, the spinning and framing. Yes, it's English language. If you don't think as Indian or because I don't know. So I don't know. But I guess it means, but so sometimes people try to witch hunt and intimidate people, even in the area of research. So that's why it's a great area. Because it's like witchcraft. You don't know whether it's one of my professors asked him if you say people of pathology. Asked me if the witches can cause cancer. So he said they didn't teach him in medical school, so he doesn't know. Okay, so that's the last I'll say. I don't know about framing and spinning. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Professor. To disclose that his primary language is English, so this framing and spinning was a big challenge. And two seconds ever. Somebody tell us his framing. Thank you so much for that very enlightening lecture. We have questions.
Let's take numbers. You give them numbers then.
Oh, okay.
So that they will not.
Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 7. Are you raising up your hand or forever hold your peace? We are number 7. Okay, number.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, everyone. Krista, I want a little clarification on self-plagiarism. I've been hearing it, but I don't seem to understand it. If I reference a project I've done in a paper, is that self? I don't really understand it, so I just clarification. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is on the last slide, or the meat extension or salary stuff. So I want to ask, usually when we write the dissertation or thesis and we have different objectives, people advise that we can publish based on individual objectives. Maybe there are 2 or 3 or 4, that you can bring out like 3 papers or 4 papers from that single study. So will that be categorized as the splitting or sliding of projects? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. Thank you for exposing us to many of those guidelines. My next question is the issue of the editors. Some editors still put idea and the rest like that. I want to ask, will it be a crime if I'm leading a war and we have all discussed that we get idea from different sources? Is it a crime if I get idea from reviewing somewhere other people's work? That okay, I read about this, maybe after that person published it, I went and so okay, this has not figured something, or as long as I review something in one area, I should be careful in doing any work in that area. Now, the second question is related to the issue of salami slicing that we talked about it. I'll ask question about it. But the little dimension I want to put into it is, a number of times we can get, maybe like you said, talk about objective, or so some people will say if the sample size is the same, I've gotten objective on practice, I've assessed them on practice, I've assessed them on some other areas, and I want to publish them objective to objective. Some will say since it's the same sample size is slicing, is it rigidly like that? I don't know if you get my. Thank you very much.
I'll start from that one. Yes, what people do is that, yes, it doesn't follow that if you publish more than 2 papers from it, for them it's slicing enough. If they address clearly different objectives and questions, why not? It could. If the study is powered enough to answer that question, if they give the data. But the point is this, people who do it also because they want to be transparent, they say, number one, they number those papers. If you're publishing in the same journal, they say something, 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 number one. So they now say the segment of that paper addresses. Then another paper comes and this or another, they call it the same big topic, the number two is of something different. So they are being clearly transparent that this is one study, they will have different messages. It's unlike when you see a study, you take things that only should go into one paper, you split them in bits and start to call it. It will be obvious to somebody who is in that field. Because he knows that without one, the other one will not make a meaning. So they should be together to make a meaning, and yet you split them into bits. So they know that this is slicing, because obviously this is not proper writing for that subject. So it's usually those in the field of interest that will know if it's slicing, because something that should have been that paper had been cut off to put somewhere else. Okay, so the other one is about the editors. The editors are nice people generally, so these are just because they are human. The other thing they shouldn't do is to tell people, because I could get your paper today to review, and you wouldn't know I'm reviewing your paper. Even if I got my wife's paper, she wouldn't know I'm reviewing. Okay, I'll review. Though I'm not in maths, my wife is in mathematics. But if I got a paper to review, I wouldn't know. And they sent me the professor, is going to be a reader, somebody I know, to review his book. I had a struggle. Only to write as he said, I know this guy. So I had to seek advice from colleagues. They said, well, he shouldn't be disadvantaged because he only did but a few work with him. Many other people have worked with him. So it's after that I struggled with that before I finally reviewed that appraisal for promotion. So some of the things are things that touch your conscience, that you want to query, should I do? So that's what we're saying. It's not like you can't be wrong occasionally, but let's not be deliberately. Then the other thing is about if what's it now? Okay, so plagiarism, exactly. Well, it means, for instance, you have done a study and you've written the method section. Just to do that a lot is systematic reviews. Okay? You basically copy it verbatim. No change, just copy it and place there. Anytime it goes to proper plagiarism, they will find out, they will link it up with your other papers, like 5 of your papers are saying the same thing. Or maybe you've done a particular study that is so powerful, each time you refer to it, you refer to it in a particular way. So that same paragraph appears, so it's same plagiarism. So you should be careful to make every study. I tell people sometimes, if there's a risk, then carry your pen, don't cut and paste anything. Carry your pen and just out of your head, tap it afresh. They will not, even if you are referring to the same, like when I write reviews, I struggle to tap it afresh so that I don't have to copy and paste. Because that can actually, this software, they have a way of picking the fact that this was copied from somewhere. And they don't want to be accused of it. Otherwise, I think we all rise in the bit, because that's why they put percentage of it that will be harmful. Yes. Because some of us do it up to a particular point. So if it goes beyond a particular percentage, it becomes criminal. Thank you.
Let me just thank you very interesting listening to your talk. And of course, as it's usual with me, I was making notes because I'm always there. I just want to add a few things to some of the things we are discussing. Like he has said about self-plagiarism. Once you lift anything in a previous paper, whether it's yours or somebody else's, plagiarism. So if you have something you want to do, you can always paraphrase it, change it. Or if you lift the paper to no more than maybe half the paragraph, then you italize it and then put the reference. It must be referenced so that where the problem is that you're hiding it to bring it out as a new one. No, full disclosure. It's always full disclosure so that when I'm reading it, I know that you had another one. Okay, another thing you do, like who was asking about sample size, and of
many objectives, a lot of angles to it. You can publish different papers. In some cases, what we do is that if you have described the method, or have a protocol, you can always refer. When you come to the method section, say the method has previously been published and you cite the papers. Everybody knows there's no, hiding and clicking behind the door and stuff like that. Salary slicing, of course, is not. Another one that people do, is they are in a hurry to get their papers published. They submit it here and down to another place and submit. Right? It happened that I was reviewing somebody's paper, and before I review, I kind of take the title and search for other articles I'm going to pick because I'll need a proper. So as I was searching for other articles, I saw he had published it in another journal, the same everything. Because I know the person, I quickly called him, write this people and tell them that they will be throwing you. Yeah, because it would have been huge. He just graciously thanked me and quickly wrote them that day that he was throwing his paper. Yes, because you don't put a paper here and that put it in another place. Right? That's the problem too. Of course, everything we're doing, we're not reinventing the wheel. Everything you've done has been done by somebody. Yes, virtually everything is just a tweak. That we're talking about innovation. Once you put it a little twist, then you own it. And there's no, even this wheel that the bicycle they created, it's the same wheel that plane is using. They tweaked it to form it for plane. They tweaked it to form it for car. Tweaked it to form it for lorry. So, but it's the same wheel. But you reinvent it in such a way that you own it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
Firstly, don't find out the reason because the differences between Prospero and Prisma seem to. Prisma. Okay.
Number 5.
Thank you very much, sir. My question is actually about the reporting guidelines. So based on what we were given, especially for qualitative research, the use of SR, QR, and CORE, are those the standard methods? Because there was actually, when I was trying to read about systematic review, I saw something like NTREC and CERQ, SEQUA. I think those methods are also applicable to the ones you showed us. Then also about the self-plagiarism thing, especially when it comes to people that have not done their PhDs. Because I actually have a friend that published like 10 papers before he finished his PhD. So when he wanted to submit finally, it became a problem. Because he had to start, the turning thing was very, very serious for him. So what would you advise, especially when it comes to PhD? Should one wait till you complete your PhD before publishing, or just?
Thank you very much, Robert.
So my question is regarding scientific blogging. So I know nowadays there are a lot of scientific blogs. For example, I came across this popular blog, The Conversation. So how ethical is it for one, after publishing in a scientific journal, you now write a blog post through these common sites where you discuss with public to engage more regarding the topic? So obviously, if you have to take maybe the idea behind the scientific journal and now make a blog post where it generates conversation, so is that also a form of plagiarism, although it's a blog post? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the presentation. I just need some clarifications. Most of us here are actually academics, and as is rightly said, we all know it's completely ordinary. When I saw the topic, I thought it will come up, but maybe the presentation against this issue of predatory journals. Sometimes you do a very good work, you publish, then when promotion comes, somebody will sit down and say your journal is predatory. So I don't know if there is a standard guideline that somebody can use to identify those journals so that when next time somebody say your journal is predatory, you can take it off. Secondly, the issue of communication. Sometimes after a good workshop or conference, you had an interview with journalists and you may need to communicate the message maybe in a local language. And we know most languages don't have words you use to communicate some scientific facts. Like I remember in Zaria some years back, we had a workshop on Drosophila in scientific research. And the professor had to grant an interview in Hausa. He had his interview. He tried very much to communicate, but when the man went back to his studio, he was broadcasting like if somebody have diabetes, you just soak Drosophila in water and drink. And so I don't know if there are some key points to consider when you are trying to translate science into a local language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I was also with some regret. I deleted there is a guideline on translations, of translating science into other languages. I deleted it and placed the plagiarism in this place on my slide. So there is, and it's difficult. There's no one system, but the fact that unless you do it yourself, there's somebody who will be pouring for you. So if you intend to communicate with them, then look for everywhere to find out the best word to describe your keywords. Because if the journalists will use the word they like and put that for you, and that's what you will get. So it's difficult for the scientists to have obligation. So like the kind of thing, as I mentioned, if you go to the Equator website, there's also a link to it on translating to other language, translating science. It's quite a task also on its own. So all the, like on Nigerian languages, the Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, and Kishe, Cree, they are all building their registers for science. They are growing. Nigerians are really super guys, So we're all trying to make sure we capture science in our local language. The register is still growing. So as it grows, like when I went to Japan, all these 5-star professors, they don't know a word of English. Yeah, they don't want to know. Everything is done in their language. So one day we'll get there when we just finish school Yoruba, you become professor of physics in Yoruba, and then you got okay. Because when they say English is not correct, what about English? Tell me English, my friend. Because if he could do that Yoruba or outside Shakespeare or so, they don't do Yoruba. But now, unfortunately, English is a mode of communication. So you have to struggle to see how to translate English into a local language. And those registers are built over time. People have to generate those words and call them what they are, and then liaise with those in Igbo or Yoruba experts in those languages, and they become part of the register. Predatory journals, obviously, there are predatory conferences, predatory journals, what's the other one? Those are their major issues. In the Academy of Nigeria, African Academy of Science, Nigerian Academy of Science, they are doing a lot in that. So if you go to their website, I was privileged to have been invited to give a keynote on predatory journals at the Academy of Science recently. So I can share. Is it ethical for me to share this slide? Maybe I should ask the Academy of Science if I can share the slides with you. Yeah, but definitely I can share that slide. But if you go to the website for the Nigerian Academy of Science, they have lots of things on predatory publication, and you can learn a lot from them. Okay, so then the other one is, let's go over the other ones. So Prospero is a register for protocols of systematic reviews. Just like you have trial.gov or PackTrial, put the registers for protocols for clinical trials. So now Journal Editors is there's one that, what's the other one? There's a new one. One of you, my younger colleagues are here. What is it?
Sotero.
You know, Sotero is a reference management. All those are reference management. Okay, let's just the biggest of them is those like there is the Cochrane group there. You can register in the Cochrane group if you one of them. There's also the Campbell collaboration. You can register and reviews them. They are accepted by editors. Prospero is open to everyone. Prospero, they have guidelines for registering Prospero, so you can find them. But then Prisma is a checklist for publishing systematic reviews. So if you want to publish a systematic review in a regular journal, the editors will say you have to use the Prisma guideline and Prisma checklist. So that's what it is. Then the other one about publishing before PhD depends on universities. Many universities in Europe, you have to publish first before you graduate. Okay? In Nigeria, I don't know what's wrong with them. Some universities do, not all of them. So other ones they will chastise you. The HOD will write you. What's wrong with you? Can't you wait until you finish defending? Okay, so you have to find out what the university is saying. In Europe, if you don't publish it, they won't graduate. In fact, that's what makes up your thesis. And then, the NTREC. Yes, the NTREC is the checklist for publishing qualitative synthesis. That's the one you say you found. So, SQL is a kind of grading tool for grading the quality or the certainty of evidence for qualitative synthesis. So when you do systematic review or qualitative research, the tool you use to check it for the quality of evidence is called SQL, and it's developed by the grade network. Okay, because the main tool for using for doing grade of it is done by grade. So it's called Grade SQL. SQL is a qualitative research version of grade. And then of course, scientific blogging is fine, but you have to footnote the source. So you put the footnote at the bottom of your blog, the original source. It's fine. It's also a way of disseminating research. It's perfectly fine, but you have to footnote to look great to the source. So it's perfectly okay to do that. Thank you. Please.
Okay, this is number 8, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just to I don't know if you've heard of the Beals list of Beals list of predator journals. In my university, the University of Nigeria, predator journals you score them so lowly. It's not that you won't score them, but if you are going to get an A, you will get an E. So you check the Beals list. It has all they keep updating it. So anytime I have an appraisal to do, I just open up the Beals list. If I don't recognize the journal, I go there and put it there to check if it's one of those predator journals. And then regarding the social media and all, even when you're writing your plans, one of the sections will ask you, how are you going to publicize your publications? You're supposed to write some things on how you're going to disseminate, because they want the information disseminated. They don't want you to keep it by the side, right? So you're going to talk about going to conferences, talk about publishing in journals, talk about using social media, right, to publicize it. And like you said, of course, you're referring to something, so you always put the reference where you get there, whatever says this, you return to that your article, the way it's referenced, right?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Prof. I want to ask, what will you tell us about our local journals? Are they good? Are they also predictional? And as academians, we are told that we are meant to publish your work in Thomson Reuters Journal, Elsevier, Taylor and Francis, and all those. But during our appraisal, if you still have your works in this area, they will still come back and tell you that you are not relevant locally. So please, how do we strike a balance, please? How do you take that? I think what she asked generated so much stress that everybody needs to hear it. You were discussing with the two people.
Okay, I was saying that at a point, the bill we were sued, and I know that there were sort of going back and forth, journals and publishers were, on him. And at a point, I think it just stopped. Because I know around 2018, 2017, when I was trying to get some journals and check there, I think the war was still on. So I was wondering if he had come back to, because I think if they don't like you sometimes, something.
So, I'm surprised that he's back.
They're not updating it.
Are they updating it?
I don't think they are, but it's still valid.
Because I know that there will be some new journals or something after that, and they are not there.
But unless they just started, they stopped at some point. Yes. But I think the trend now is to try, because the truth is that Bell, got journals that were not popular and put them in that list. So, and that was unfair. Yeah, so that's why people were against that. This is a good list. They had a lot of well-curated journals, and because you didn't know them, put them in the list. But now they have better criteria. So you use the criteria yourself and check if the journal fits into that. If, like you said, how do they submit the paper? Who is the editorial board? Can you find those addresses on the editorial board? If you can't find them, then it's fake. So proper journals have all those things proper on their website. They ask you to submit by attaching by emails, that needs to be fixed. Because proper journals are submitted through a system.
Some of them is still agricultural department evaluating medical data.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can see, you look at the list of editors. Funny things. Obviously, it's a bogus journal. How can they evaluate medical what I suggest is try to publish in a very good journal. What you were asking about Nigerian journals or whatever, there are Nigerian journals that are also highly rated. And our own Nigerian journals, we still refer to. For me, when I'm reviewing any aspect of this thing, we have levels in my university for the different journals. The national, what is it called? The clinical practice is high up there. The postgraduate medical journal is high up there. West African, the residents, that's their journal is high up there. There are so many good journals. So, I mean, we are not, unless you want to publish in the world of your university, like my university we have, my college we have, and it's been on for 15, 20 years. So these are the things I go to check. I go and open it and look at how long they publish, how consistent they be, right? And these are pointers to how you're going to create that article. That's what you need to do, because when they send these things to you, it's not easy. You think you just sit down and allot marks. No, you go and open the journal, open their website, look at them, look at the editors, go back to how far back you published, look at the things they've done before you get them. Right, so even with the bills and all, you still need to do that so that you don't break up. Okay?
Thank you very much. What that does is that it is that those who are starting newly are disadvantaged. So what I do is that I think any professional society that has a journal is totally perfect. If I see it anywhere, I don't have to look what Society of Microbiology, Society of Physiologists, any of those professional societies that publish the journal, because you don't have enough education to challenge what they do. But now, if you're talking about universities publishing, that one you have to put question mark, because some departments can decide to be collecting journals from their friends. So again, it boils down to to you be careful where you publish. But I would do a lot of local publishing. Because when I review people either for professional position or what's it called, anything, I hardly ever challenge Nigerian journals, apart from those published by companies. You publish by a company or a department in a university. And if it's published by a society, or maybe the university has a flagship publication like NIMR, we have a flagship for ULI, a flagship for UNN, medical school. Those flagship journals are, if you now have Department of Pediatrics, UNN, publishing where there is a NJP for the whole country, we're going to take with a pinch of salt because sometimes those journals also have their issues. But that said, it's up to you. So my own is that if you have to publish somewhere, publish at home. Want to publish outside, choose an impact journal to publish. Because publish outside, otherwise will be in a predator journal. A lot of Nigerian journals, as far as I'm concerned, apart from those published by companies, they're good. I'm being too generalistic, but I think you're safer at home. Find out if any society like your group, physiology, chemists, they're publishing a journal, I think you should publish them. I'm done, by the way, come and carry out. Yes, yeah. Thank you very much, sir. I quickly want to add that I think as individuals, scientists, and groups, we have to do more on the issue of publishing, especially as far as our country is concerned. Because, for instance, the issue of BSness, there have been a lot of issues in several universities concerning it. Some universities will just take the link, the list, hook, line, and sinker, and just go with the list. Wherein they are probably, for instance, people publishing in Frontiers, MDPI, they are good journals, they have very good impact, they are on Web of Science, so many of them on Scopus, and you have them on the list. So Frontiers is there, MDPI is there, Frontiers is there. So we were surprised that these journals are on that list, and publishers like PLOS, PLOS, they are not there. So what is happening? So I think as individuals, as groups, we have, as Nigerians, we have to do more of advocacy and get things right concerning. Thank you, sir. Bills, this is controversial, but it's still useful. It's still useful. What universities do now is they have a list of journals you can publish in. So look for the list university has provided for publishing and use them also. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. No, we took your time. Thank you very much. I think you agreed with me that was very enlightening. Thank you, sir. Small. We have an hour before tea break, so I think we should go through our assignments. And because it's just 1 hour, maybe groups 1 and 2, groups A and B can give us what they've done in greater detail than they did at the beginning. For the 30 minutes. That's a fair deal, right? Okay, so who's presenting for group A? I guess you have, do you have a PowerPoint presentation too? Yeah. Oh. So some people have, some people don't have. Even if it's a Word document that can be projected so that everybody can follow.
Yeah, concept note at least.
So group A.
You know those who have not started.
So group C and D have a window. You have a window.
I want to check this.
This is yours.
No.
Okay, while they are trying to put it together, I have an experience to share about the critical job. Can I go ahead and share? Okay, so there was this work we were doing with somebody from the southern part of the country. And we used to meet every week and talk about how far we had gone. So in the middle of that, we got some journal wrote to us here in NIMR to say that we are authors of a particular paper that we knew nothing about, and that we should acknowledge authorship. So we quickly wrote to them that this thing, they sent the manuscript for us to read. This thing is a bogus manuscript. The work is still ongoing, we are not finished. And we are certainly not aware that anything had been written, we did not contribute to it. And we wrote to them, even my DG's name was on that. You will find that paper. So we wrote to the journal to say that we're not part of this. This work is ongoing. We have not analyzed our results. And this thing that is being published is not the goal for it. It is the finished work, saying that whatever it was we were testing does what it was sent to test. We haven't finished. So we wrote a disclaimer that we were not part of it. But you know that paper is published. It's on the internet. With our names on it. It's only Prof that said, you see, I told you people at the beginning not to share anything on this our general meetings. That you will regret it. So because of that, the man that wrote it did not like it. And he put his name. So whenever he wants to tease us, he said that we are publishers in a funny journal. Of recent, somebody from India wrote to our DG to ask about that particular paper, clarifications and all that. And the DG had to say that we are not part of this paper. We wrote to the journal. That will tell you a journal that has integrity or doesn't. So I'm just giving an example. They put our names. If you Google it well, you see our names. And the thing is just a mess.
Of a journal. I did my PhD in a lab. I don't think the institution really cares, pardon me, about PhD journals. But I know that Nigeria has an issue about it and it's not good. So because you need to publish before you graduate, I was going to publish in a journal called IJA. So whenever you see all these international journals, something, be very wary of them. International journal or something, especially from India, people stay in their bedroom and form journal. They are the editors, they are the whatever, reviewers and everything, and it comes out in 1 week or 3 days. Yes, and I paid $130 between for this thing, and then I called I was so troubled. I wasn't excited at all. So I called my friend, I was like, Mary, I'm not comfortable with this. So I spoke with one of my mentors who was an author of the paper, and he said, I'm not a part of that. Retrieve that publication. So I wrote to the journal. Before you know that, sent me checks. I said, I don't want to do it again. You can keep the money. They didn't respond. They were just going. I said, if this is the last mail I will send concerning this, I'm going to go ahead and send this manuscript to another journal. And I count it withdrawn from your journal. So if I see it anywhere else, then we will take it up and maybe publish it. So I think I haven't even published it till today, but it's one of the things I'm hoping to bring out of the cooler. And so these are the kind of things. She was asking if they responded the money. No. they didn't refund it, and yeah, they're looking for money. So it's always, and then, Prof, my issue with local journals is we are not funded for most research, and you have to pay from 25,000 and above, if above 1,000. I'm sure I haven't published in any Nigerian journal. How much is what? It is something to me for now. I'm a lecturer too in Nigeria without any foreign funds. So but when you publish in, let's say, international journal, so to say, I heard someone mention +1, you can write for waivers. Even though Nigeria now is 50%, like you told me, you counseled me, I have people that, in Ghana, they waive a lot of journals waive for Ghanaians. And so you have someone there and you can write that this research was not funded. We just published in BMC early this year, and they gave me a pool of $2 something pounds. And I said, from the beginning, I have reason for waiver. So I put it out, I'm like, I put for waiver, I can't pay this, we don't have. And they waived it for us. So I think these are some of the challenges. Yes, they may not be much, but if we can afford to publish in local journals, then that's fine. Then I also want to add that African journals online, I think they have a way that they curated African journals, and you see a lot of Nigerian journals there that they have checked and know the criteria and quality. They think they are okay, and they put them in the African journal online. So for doubts, I think that's one place we can go to check for local journals that we can publish in. Thank you.
No, we must. Are you ready to pay? Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much. Good morning, faculty. Good morning, colleagues. Madam, I would like to ask Dr. David, when they refused to retract the article of publication, did you take any legal action? And is it possible to, if you don't want to publish with them anymore and you make that clear, is it possible to take any legal action if they refuse? That was one question. And I want to ask, what's the criteria for being a reviewer? Maybe Cisco Elsevier now saying it applied to be a reviewer. So what's the criteria? What qualifications do you need to be and to have to be a reviewer? That's to the entire faculty. And then the last question, I need a guide on how to put my publications in one place. Because almost always when they ask me what are publications, I have to start looking for. So I need advice from your experience. Is it an online platform? Is it on my system? Any place I have all my publications in one place. Thank you very much. Actually, go there. We have to
right. Otherwise, I'm too sleepy on this. So I think, really good points. So the bit on, let's start with the last one, and a bit more IT driven. So there are lots of options, and researchers should have your ORCIDs now. If you don't have that, you really should see the ORCID IDs. You also have the Scopus version. They have their researcher ID too. But there are other online platforms. I use something called publicationlist.org quite well, because it just has a very decent layout. So even funders, you just send them the link and everything is listed on that. So publicationlist.org. But many of your reference managers, and I would expect that you're using Mendeley or EndNote and all of that, you have your citations. And that's good because it automates the citation style and whatever other way you want to present your list. But it's certainly important that you archive all of your publications in using any of these platforms. But your ORCID, your ORCID, please sign up for it. And many of the NHIR grants we're looking for, the EU grant, they actually will ask for it. That's what they want to see. They put you in, they see your publications straight out. The bit on what does it take to be a reviewer, journals are constantly hounding to be reviewers. So for my doctoral students and postdocs under me, it's one of the first things I get them to do, because reviewing also strengthens your writing. It strengthens your own ability as a scientist and researcher in what you do. But importantly, it's our way of giving to the field. It's also our commitment to keep enabling science. So even more recently, reviewers are getting review credits. The BMC group started that. When you review with them, they give you a discount on your next APC, your article processing fee. So it reduces the cost you pay in the next article processing fee. It's also, in some journals, they also publish the names of reviewers and all that in gratitude. And you certainly could do your review credits for many of our so promotion in academia. We want to see that you are contributing to science in that order. Now, what does it take to be one? Really, it's that you published in the field, and there's a whole spectrum of the expectations of journals. So your Lancets and all that would invite you, haven't seen your papers in the related work. Some of these more the MTPI groups, what they do is they ask reviewers to recommend. So people recommend possible other names and they contact them. So sometimes it's solicited, others you just go to the website of the journal and say, I want to be a reviewer. But it's something we want to encourage people to do, learn some reviews. There were groups from Australia, rural and remote medicine, for example. What they did, open reviews, so that reviewers, you see the reviews of others. I found that very useful in those early years, because you read a paper and you make your comments. Another reviewer makes it and reads the same paper and provides comment. And when you compare, you say, oh, I didn't actually pick that. This person picked that. So it builds a whole ecosystem for quality improvement and quality management around reviews. So again, something very good to have. That's the second point you raised, and there was a third thing I thought. Yeah. So that's really about the So it has lots of ramifications, because legally, when you publish, you're ceding copyright to the publisher. Now that's a big issue for me. I will definitely take them up on it. If it's work that certainly I want to take carry on with. And also that my name is on it. So it's important to know that it is your property, yeah, right? So it's your intellectual property, and you don't want somebody else carrying the copyright of it that you're not given the rights to do so. So ideally, you should again report it out. I'm wondering what the system would be in Nigeria. In South Africa, it would be quite straightforward for me. Both because I could report to the National Research Foundation, they have an ethics line, and they really pick them up on it. Otherwise, the Department of Higher Education, if you're in the academic side, and it's important you report, especially when they misrepresented your science, and usually they will take it up from there. It's also the case in South Africa that the department has a list of the local journals that are credited. Because unlike here, we don't pay our author processing charges typically. Every publication you make, the institution gets money. So you publish a paper, NIMR gets $10,000. So the institutions then see that they cover your cost of article processing. So this paying off by researchers is something very beautiful. So they have an ecosystem that kind of purposes it and ensures that you're not put on gear straight. But certainly you need to report and take action against the journal. Yeah.
I was thinking of Google, and list your things in Google and spin it and do your thing. What was it? What was the second question?
Do you have to become a reviewer?
Okay, yeah, the reviewer, that's what I wanted to talk about. So what I do in reviewing is like just last week, I just reviewed for Welcome don't trust, and their own is booked. So they brought me and said, review this. I said, I don't have time. Can I ask my doctor I work with, my protege to review? He said, okay, they are happy with me review. So I gave it to her. She reviewed it and I looked at it and of course modified and put our names on it. So that way she learned. She gets soon. So start getting her own review. I do that often with my team. Because what we saw is they keep sending review this, review that. So I just tell them, I can't review, let me, sometimes in fact the other one they send to me, I have to send it to one of my doctors. Yeah, I told them he review it, So that's how I train up the doctors to learn how to review. Because they are actually looking for reviewers. What that frustrates me so much is frontiers. Because I am associate editor in Transplant International. And I'm also associate editor in Frontiers in the Front. And I keep looking for people to review. It's frustrating. So I started getting people from all over. I will send my friend in India to look at the because I know that is a specialist. Please help me review this, and then I'll get their name into the review list. So it's a problem having reviewers to review at manuscripts. Is a huge problem. So we need more reviewers, but you have to show your track record. Don't just start review. You have to be an expert in that area to be able to review what somebody has done in that particular area.
Thank you. Group A. Group A, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Members of the faculty, fellow participants, I'm a Ebola president. So I'm representing the team. This just to show us how far we've gone. So we have a powerful slide presentation later. What? Okay. Okay. Okay now.
Yes.
Okay. So just to show us how far, but it's not, we are not done yet. So, but this is just like a summary of our concept here. The proposed title for our study is a molecular epidemiology of monkeypox in Nigeria, a one-health approach. Okay? And then you can see the list of group members. We have Dr. Usman Balogun, Dr. Usman from Anatomy, Jos, Dr. Balogun, Anatomy, Jigawa State, Dr. Rebecca, Technology Advanced Research Center, Dr. Oku, Dr. Chidi from Microbiology, Dr. Oguji John, the vet, public health scientist, Dr. Ian, the medical and medical scientist, Dr. Omar, also human physiology, and Dr. Shoga, myself, for chemical pathology. So we wrote a little after. I'll try not to read, I'll just give pieces of it. We know that recently the global outbreak of monkeypox has confounded the previously known clinical manifestations and the means of spread and epidemiology of the disease. Okay? And this has generated a lot of assumptions in the scientific community, especially in West Africa, concerning the strain, West African strain. Because we have two strains as identified now, West Africa and the Congo basin. Okay? But the problem is that the national reservoir is still yet going on. Yes, it has been proposed that maybe squirrels or some other animals, but we discovered that despite that, this is like the outbreak keeps going to go and come up again. So it's like how can we identify this about so that this will help us to, know how to approach this monkeypox virus. I mean, in terms of treatment and containment for better management. So we are going to be, it's going to be a concessional study. It's going to have the qualitative it's going to have a qualitative and a quantitative part. Okay? So the quantitative, we are going to be using questionnaire, while the quantitative part, we are going to be taking blood samples, fecal sample from animals, blood sample from humans, and we are going to be getting also samples from the environment, and the water and the soil. Okay. So there is a little background. Let me just quickly go to the background. We know about COVID-19 as we are just trying to relax from COVID-19 pandemic. Monkeypox virus outbreak also started showing up. And there is a self-limited disease, or recent reports show that its incidence has proved otherwise. It's a DNA virus, monkeypox virus, a DNA virus. And like I said initially, we have the West African and Congo disease period. Its incubation period of 4 to 21 days. Likely is similar to smallpox. I mean, the symptoms and signs, but lymphadenopathy actually differentiates it from smallpox. Okay? So, like I said initially, it's okay, sorry. Okay, I said rodents are believed to be the reservoir for it. Whether the animals are alive or dead. So eating of bush meat, there are some of the risk of it. But the reservoir animal still remains unconfirmed. So just a little bit of history. The largest outbreak of monkeypox was reported in Nigeria in 2017. It's 107 suspected cases and 68 confirmed cases. So cases have been reported in the United States, United Kingdom, and in May 15, 2022, there are 4 additional laboratory confirmed cases were reported among sexual services attendees presenting with the scholar rationalist in May who have sex with men. So it's like, especially in the non-endemic area, it's common among the gay people. So, all right. So, the rise in incidence of human monkeypox emphasizes the importance of preventive measures, okay, and early screening and detection. So, however, locations show that one of the challenges faced in preventing the re-emergence of monkeypox is still a lack of knowledge. So it's like we don't really know much about it, and the re-emergence, like, is also now like we need to actually look for better screening and better methods to detect it, and also, give better information to the public on how to protect ourselves and preventing this monkeypox virus. So why is our study important? In Nigeria presently, there are still knowledge gaps, especially when we are talking about epidemiology, the animal reservoir, the role of environmental factors, and the domestic animal in this transmission. So, and most of these gaps are actually in the area of what is the mode of transmission, signs and symptoms, preventive measures that are needed to cope the virus spread. So, hence, general public need to know or to be informed about the disease. They need to understand the hazard and also how to protect themselves. So, our study is aimed at investigating the monkeypox virus at the human-animal environmental interface. We are looking at the One Health approach to establish a critical control point in disease prevention and control across selected states in Nigeria. So, just like I said, that's the main goal of this study. So our specific aims and how do we get the information we need. One, we want to determine the level of awareness of monkeypox prevention using a selection questionnaire in the selected states. We want to detect the presence of monkeypox virus antibodies in humans, animals. So, like I said initially, we'll be looking at the blood and the fecal specimen. We also want to detect the presence of monkeypox virus DNA fragments in wastewater and soil. We are going to be using PCR. Also, we want to identify the circulating strains in humans, animals, and environment by gene sequencing. So, we are going to be using a validated structured questionnaire. We have it already. Then for the blood and the fecal specimen, this just shows how we are going to go about it. The gene sequencing, how we are going to go about it. Our data analysis, we are proposing a new test using the SPSS version 25. Like I said, it's not, we have not done yet, we are still working on it. So we expect that this study should be able to tell us the level of awareness and detect the presence of monkeypox virus in human animal environmental sample. We want to know possibly this and we pass it the data from this study, if it is positive, will provide us with information on the level of awareness and possibly the reservoir for monkeypox virus in human animal environment. So, and well, that's our estimated budget. And time is in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And well done with I imagine there will be comments additionally from other members of the group and maybe questions from the other groups about what they've done so far. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Well, I have a couple of clarifications and questions to ask from your talk. Number one, you said this study is a cross-sectional study and using questionnaire to harvest qualitative data, isn't it? That's what you said. You said qualitative. So I want to ask, what form of questionnaire are you going to use and why is it qualitative? And secondly, you mentioned that you'll be using man with NIMR test. Why? Because you don't explain to us your specific outcomes, or probably the objective is not clear for us to really understand that, okay, you using man with NIMR test is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe, man. Other people must have.
Thank you. Yes. Any further questions so that I can just take everything at once? No further questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for that question. Okojapo Chenachilius. Yes, when we got to that point yesterday, is yes, ma'am. One of the group members. We actually think we are not told that we need to look at the instrument properly and then decide on the appropriate tool, statistical tool to use so that to address the point you just raised. So it's part of the aspect that we are not through yet. Thank you.
Really consider the data analysis very well. We're just putting a link in there. Thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together? But you will not address that matter of the qualitativeness of the questionnaire. Okay, let's take a question before that.
You know your objectives should be tied to your method, right? So are your objectives tied to your method? Or you're still working on it?
So, time was young.
Yeah, because each objective, because that's how we're going to achieve that objective.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Lona, is it the same here? You have not done yet. I said, it's still a baby concept. You are not done yet.
Prof, I'm asking the question after now. I didn't see your ethical consideration. I was just doing it because you'll be using blood samples, so that would be like invasive. Yes, and I can see it's quite the environment and then the human. That's what
Very ambitious. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not only when they're using blood that we need ethical consideration. Blood is not consent. So another round of applause for you. Done very well, and their budget is $200,000. Very ambitious. Rookie.
Well, I think I hope it was not funny that she mentioned the budget, because I hope we're not just putting it that way, because that would be very serious. Means that we really have not taken some of the things we said at this meeting very seriously. So I would advise every group to consider their budget a very important component of what they're writing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning once again. I am Dr. Basira Kinkelot, and I'm here standing on behalf of our principal investigator, who is unavoidably absent. The title of our proposal is Development and Implementation of Community-Based Harm Reduction Strategy among Adolescents Involved in Psychoactive Substance Misuse. So we have a brief abstract, and substance misuse and mental health issues have significant impact on people, families, and societies. And we find that here in Nigeria, we have a large percentage of our population who are adolescents, which is between the age of 10 to 19. But for this study, we'll be focusing primarily on older adolescents, 16 to 19, because due to ethical issues and in having consent, it's easier to deal with such an age group. Substance abuse threatens sustainable human development, which results in poor quality of life and negative health indices. So harm reduction, there's a concept of harm reduction. There's the harm reduction model, and it has been suggested as a public health approach to managing high-risk behaviors that are related to alcohol, drug, and other substances. It consists of multiple strategies and includes education and counseling, use of pharmacological interventions, medication take-back programs, needle exchanges, supply of reproductive materials such as condoms. So instead of evidence of these interventions in the developed world, there are limited evidences in sub-Saharan Africa, including Nigeria. So as such, this study aims to develop and test a community-based harm reduction strategy amongst adolescents involved with substance use. It's going to be a mixed method interventional study to be conducted in 3 phases. And before the main study, as I said earlier on, we are trying to make it a community-based approach as much as possible. So actually, we were supposed to have met last week. We have already initiated contact with adolescents here in Lagos who are into substance misuse. So we already have their contact, and we are going to have a brief, unofficial interaction with them to help us build the idea of the study. So for the main study, the first phase will be a qualitative phase. We'll be having focus group discussions with these adolescents, and the discussion, although we haven't developed the topic guide for the FGD, but it will actually be about the knowledge of harm reduction, and then we'll explain the strategies from literature, and they'll help us inform us on the strategies that they think could work in our environment, and then we get to choose the strategies that we could implement in the next stage. Then we'll also be having key informant interviews with relevant stakeholders. We intend to visit mental health specialists, people involved in policy, and other community leaders to help us guide in preparing that, gaining their perceptions and their views. So in phase 2, we'll use information from our literature search on harm reduction strategy, and then we'll also include the information gotten from phase 1. Then we'll have a form of Delphi technique to come up with a strategy. And we'll have a material, a guide, that we'll use for implementing the intervention. The intervention will be in phase 3, and we intend to have it multi-site intervention, not only here in Lagos. We intend to see based on our locations, so we can have a multi-site intervention. And then it will be a pre- and post-intervention study. So data will be analyzed in the qualitative phase by thematic analysis, and then for the quantitative phase, we haven't robustly built up the analysis, but of course we're going to use some form of student seekers. So I think the concept will explain much of it. So the aim of the study is to develop and implement a harm reduction intervention strategy for out-of-school adolescents who are abusing psychoactive substances. The specific objectives: number 1 is to explore the perception of adolescents with lived experience of substance use about harm reduction intervention strategies. Number 2, to explore the perception of relevant stakeholders about harm reduction intervention. Number 3, to develop a harm reduction intervention for adolescents who are abusing psychoactive substances. The 4th objective is to evaluate the effect of harm reduction intervention on the quality of life of adolescents. And number 5 objective is to evaluate the effect of harm reduction intervention on the well-being. Of course, ethical approval will be obtained from the National Health Research Ethics Committee, as it's going to be a multi-center study. Some of the expected outcomes: improved level of awareness of adolescents and other relevant stakeholders about harm reduction strategies, improve the quality of life and well-being, and also inform policymakers on the need to adopt and implement harm reduction strategies in Nigeria. So this is a draft of our work breakdown structure through the phases and the tasks involved. And this table shows individual tasks related to each objective, and we are just trying to develop the budget, so the costs still in development for the task activity. And then finally, we have also a draft of the Gantt chart and the activities. We expect the study to take about 2 years to complete.
Well done, Group 2. Comments, questions? Group B, level 2.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate the progress on your work. Maybe a form of contribution. I don't know if you have developed or looked at the theoretical framework you want to use qualitative aspects of your study. Then secondly, have you thought of how you want to analyze the qualitative data that you get from your respondents? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this huge work that you have done within the period of 1 week. My first question, I see that you are focusing on out of school. And I want to ask, why out of school? What of in-school? Do you think the in-school adolescents are not in the job? Is there any special reason for focusing on out of school loans? Then I think it would be good that you are explicit in your methodology, telling the type of, especially because your study is in phases, the type of this method you are doing, so that is it explanatory, is it exploratory, so that people know the one you are doing first, or if you are doing the two together, and why you are doing it.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments?
Very interesting work. I really enjoyed listening to you. It just shows that some people have sociology background. Because I tend to pick some of the things because I have a little bit of sociology background. But one question I have, you said your intervention is multi-site. But the LGD, the really so we have different cultures. I realize that as we have 250 million or how many million, we have 250 million cultures. So some of those things you pick from people here, they not apply for those other places. You have to be aware of that, right? So I don't know how we factor that in to be able to pick the different things so that you put it in your what you're going to achieve will depend on how good what you derive from your FGDs and use to form your decide on what tools to use. Because what will apply to children in Lagos may not apply to that point. So you get what I mean.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments? Okay, please.
Thank you for the questions and contributions. For the first question, please ask about the framework. We're looking at the theoretical domains framework, which is related to behavior change. So we're looking into that. Then analysis of the data. For the quantitative data, we're going to be using semantic analysis. Okay, NBView. It's one of the resources required to get access to NBView. So the next question, sir, you asked why out of school children?
I think what we talked about was the fact that to avoid stigmatization within the school, and kids may not be able to open up with it, but we are also planning to do a snowballing, so that we identify people in the communities who would also tell us who else is in there. Trying to use the word they are gathering. So that's what we thought, that's why we chose this method.
Another thing about that
is because we will not need the consent of their parents to interview them. But if you are going into the schools, we must need the consent of their parents to interview them. So it is from 16 years and above.
As long as they are less than 18, either you are going to school or you are not going to school, any assets, and you need the censor.
Can we speak one person at a time?
Is it 18 or 16? 16 and above.
I think want to respond. Yes, maybe we'll check into the literature to confirm if it's below 16 or below 18. But I think we checked and it was below 16, that above 16.
Yes. We'll check again.
Yes.
We'll check
16 years and above. They don't meet their parents. for all kinds of research or specific forms of research. Is this substance use disorder part of those that are exempted for those that are 16 and above? Did you check that? Because sexual reproductive 14 and above can actually consent when you're not taking biological. But I don't know our substance use. So we check that.
Then for the type of mixed method research, yes, it's going to be an exploratory potential as we're starting with the quantitative phase.
Yes, the small focus group discussion we intend to carry out with the few adolescents that we had contact with will be exploratory, because what we're going to get from them will actually help us in the design of our tools, both the quantitative and also the qualitative.
Yes, thank you very much, Mark, for the suggestion that we could expand the site for the exploratory phase, considering the other parts of Nigeria. We'll look into it. Thank you.
That's a very interesting one. Just to also ask and add that you referred to your theoretical framework on model. That's very good. But just about any study that's going to be an implementation study, it's important to have a conceptual framework. You want somebody to take a look at that diagram and see how the work flow and how who are involved and you want to see. Different, you can link it with your theoretical, but it's good for somebody to look at that. It helps to make people understand what you want to do, the conceptual framework.
Thank you, sir. Just to say that, the demarcation between adolescents and young adults, it's tough. So you said you've gotten some adolescents to talk. Are you sure they were really adolescents and not young adults? In the sense of being 20 to 24. Because when it comes to some of these behavioral issues, you find that 15 to 24 is a good age to get, especially those that are out of school and are really into those things. So you may consider expanding your population to 24 years. It's just a suggestion. Okay, so the tea break is not ready. So Group C, please. Are we ready? Group C. Okay, Group D then. Is Group D ready? Okay, they just assume that we're not.
Yes, I think so. I think they just. Okay, when they are saying that, please forgive me, just to say that you do not deny younger people the opportunity to participate in research and research.
I'm not
because of
controlling
consent.
I'm sending you. It's okay.
Because I find that alcohol research is so children and families. Yes. So, not know what people in junior secondary school are thinking. We cannot assume that because their parents will need to give consent, we will exclude them from research that they benefit. I'm not saying this because we can't do everything, but we must consider it. There must be a way to encourage the parents. We're not saying they are taking it. We want to know what they know about it. So if you do, as they told us, proper community engagement, you may be
I'm here to present our progress. And members of our group are myself, Dr. Ismail, Dr. Joel, Dr. Smidoko, Nana, Dr. Adi, and Dr. Anendio. Our topic is identifying bladder cancer markers in schistosoma infected individuals in Nigeria, a case control study.
we are able to develop our concept notes, which we adopted from NIH concept, where we generated our brand purpose, the aim, the background, the significance, the search question, and then the design analysis. Based on our grant purpose, we wrote a grant, or we are trying to apply for a grant from Nigerian Institute of Medical Research for us to be able to identify the bladder cancer biomarkers that are found in people that are infected with schistosomal infection in endemic communities here in Nigeria. With those, we also want to generate the high quality of data that of individuals who may be harboring these bladder cancer markers in our communities. The main aim of our study is to identify the population-specific bladder cancer markers for urinary schistosomiasis infection here in our own communities. Our objectives are to determine the prevalence of urinary schistosomiasis among preschool age, school age, and adolescents and adults in endemic communities here in Nigeria, to determine the prevalence of bladder cancer biomarkers among schistosomal infected individuals with respect to age and gender, and also to identify the bladder markers that are most prevalent among these communities. The fourth is to identify the association between the urinary schistosomiasis and those particular bladder cancer biomarkers with respect to age and gender. Our fifth objective is to determine the knowledge and conception about bladder cancer markers, about bladder cancer in relation to schistosomal infection in our community. Our research question. We are trying to find out whether there is an association between bladder cancer biomarkers in our endemic communities. Even though that urinary schistosomiasis have been linked with bladder cancer, but there are some bladder cancer biomarkers that are used to detect this cancer, and we want to know whether these are done in our own community, because most of the research are based on foreign the findings that we adopt to treat people that are having bladder cancer here in Nigeria. The significance of our study in Nigeria, as I mentioned, despite the intensified efforts, the transmission of schistosoma is still ongoing, and urinary schistosomiasis has been linked to bladder cancer, and this is a chronic disease that is affecting many people. Even though bladder cancer is not among the highest prevalent cancers in Nigeria, though it's still causing high mortality and morbidity in Nigeria. But despite this, the specific population-specific bladder cancer markers here in Nigeria has not been identified. So this is what we want to point out. This is what we want to investigate. Our study design, first of all, will seek for ethical approval from the Nigerian National Ethics Committee, and then from each state, because we are going to do the search in at least 4 different states. Yeah. And then it's going to be a nested case control study in the ratio of 1:2, where we'll be having a control among those that are infected without the biomarkers, and then those that are not infected but not in an endemic area. Also, the participants are going to be people that are in endemic society here in endemic diseases. Next, please. Expected outcomes. The prevalence of schistosomiasis among preschool, school age, and adults will be, the incidence will be determined, and then the population, the specific population of population-specific bladder cancer biomarkers will also be identified, and then the association between urinary schistosomiasis and our own population-specific bladder cancer markers will be determined, and also will investigate the knowledge of our people about the relationship between unite to nurses. Next, please. We were able to develop our WBS, the work breakdown plan structure, and we were able to develop our Gantt chart, but we haven't been able to develop our budget, which we are still working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luki. Comments and questions? Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just a clarification. Since you've already sorted the ethical approval from National Ethics Committee, why the institutional also?
Thank you. Thank you so much to Dean for the presentation. I have a question concerning your research question. I want to ask if it follows PICO formats. That's all. Thank you. Any further comments? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I like your presentation very much. I had wanted to comment on format. The one mistake we made when we are writing this thing, either writing proposals for research in medicine, or we are doing the goals, writing all sorts of this introduction after. You don't need all of this at the NIH. I remember when I did my master's in the University of Ibadan, the proposal for your to write your destiny is so small. So it's the key things you put. You don't need all the material notes that all those things that are put there. You don't need it. So you can see this is targeted. They use the NIH targeted and you put targeted things. One thing is, and what they are looking for are the key reasons why they want to take up this project or grant a give grant. One thing is that cancer, early detection is important. So you must put early detection. You're looking for the biomarker so that you can give these people early and stop them getting the cancer. Another thing I want to emphasize, whether ethical approval, you don't get ethical approval. It's when you have finished, prepared your instruments, done everything, like most of our projects, when they have already secured that, that's when you go and put, because there are some fine changes you do along the line. I recall in some, we have to change some aspects, include even home visits, because you know the problem with our patients. Your patient will come to hospital this week. Next week, when you want to collect data, he will not come. You call, he will not come. Before you can have contact with that person, go to home visit. You must be medical this thing. So, you see, so most times, as we're getting to go to field, begin to fine-tune and start adding these things in our proposal, so that the ethics will allow us. You can't just find into people's homes and start collecting data. So ethical approval is one thing you do after you have used everything is fine. Another thing is that what biomarkers, there are so many biomarkers. There are so many biomarkers. So we need to know the biomarkers people are targeting and why. You know, you need to know why you're targeting these biomarkers, the merits to those biomarkers, and you're using those ones, all right? And maybe, of course, you will cite several studies that have shown that this biomarkers are tied to bladder cancer. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other?
Okay, I heard that this is a nested case control study. So when you're responding, please talk about that.
Thank you very much, Prof, for all the questions and so on ethics. We are going to, even after applying to the national, you have to go to the state still and register it or kind of apply it there. That's why we have to.
Yes, if you have a study that involves more than 3 centers, yeah, you register it with every, And then when they get identified with their own ethics committee, when you get the elder form, they will submit it there as well. All right, we must always take it.
The other question is about the research question. Yes, we followed the PICO format because we have identified our subjects, the intervention we are going to, which is identifying the biomarkers, and the concept is whether it will be early before the onset of the disease, and also okay. And the other thing is the contribution from Prof. Thank you very much. But the thing is, we are going to do the research in the community, not on people that are already suffering from cancer. So that's why we are involving even small children in our study. We want to see the pattern of how these bladder cancer markers, if possible, how they present and things like that. So even in the terms of when we are going to apply for the ethical approval, we intend to do it because of the long period, but not before the grant. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that. And the bladder cancer markers we intend to use is P53, BMT, and a panel of microRNAs. These biomarkers have been identified to be found to be very effective in detecting things that are of epigenetic process, and some that are apostrophes in their nature in causing these damages to the cells, and also the cell cycle progression of these cells that become pathogenic later in life. Thank you. Okay, the reason for the next case control is that after we have identified the people with schistosomiasis, we also have to identify those that are having the biomarkers, the cancer-specific biomarkers as well. So we are taking a subgroup out of the initial cross-sectional study.
So I'm not clear with my own. Who are the cases in this situation? So, thank you for the presentation. I want you to clearly define who are the cases in this situation, and then who are the control. I didn't get it clear.
Okay, what we plan to do is, when we get to those endemic areas, we do a general survey. So after we do the survey, some will get positive to schistosomiasis. We are going to be using microscopy and PCR to get that. So when we get that, there are some that are in that community. It's possible that they've had schistosomiasis before, they have been treated, but at that time they are not treated. So they are one control. We'll now go to another community that is not known for schistosomiasis related issues. That is second control. So we're going to be using two control against those ones that tested positive to schistosomiasis. Then in all of the three groups, then we'll check the biomarkers. So we can make comparison. Who are they?
Yes. The biomarkers, those people that are exposed to schistosomiasis and those that are not exposed to schistosomiasis, but they are having another issue with it. You are saying who are the subjects? It's going to be the people in the community. You get what I'm saying? It's not going to be a hospital-based study.
So across all the age groups?
Across all the age groups? Yes, but we intend to limit the study by the age 60, because by that time, if somebody is having any cancer progression, it must have started progressing.
Well done, Rudy. I just want to ask, this is for my education. If somebody had had schistosomiasis in the past, and you test the person today, the person is negative, but if schistosomiasis actually predisposes to the development of bladder cancer,
then the fact that that person had schistosomiasis in the past is a risk factor, right?
Yes.
How are you going to be able to control for that?
That's how we're going to outside community that don't know for schistosomiasis. We're going to be integrated. There are one that are having that case actively. We have been able to establish that. There are some, it is possible they've had it before, so the biomarker might be present. But we now go to another area, not close, so to compare the thing, we now look at the progression to make a judgment.
Well, sounds good. Well done.
I was going to add that the method, that's why we are using different methods to detect the parasites. So we'll use the microscopy method and then we will do PCR. So we are hoping that with PCR, no matter how big, and we are using PCR ELISA, not just the conventional PCR. So we are hoping that no matter what shed of the parasite is in the sample we are using, that we'll be able to detect it, especially in people in the selected endemic communities. So if we see any similar biomarker in the communities or individuals that are not in the endemic population, we should be able to control for that in terms of the instrument that we are going to use. So that's why we are selecting those particular biomarkers that have hallmarks for cancer, what we call, hallmark, and we are not just looking at one or two microarrays, microRNAs. We intend to look at a panel. So this will help us to know what specific microarrays are most prevalent in these endemic communities and the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done, Group D. Group C, are you ready? Great.
Good morning, this member of faculty, my fellow boards. The title of our study is Intervention to Increase Human Papillomavirus Vaccine Uptake among the early adolescent girls in Nigeria. And these are the, that's a typographical error. These are the investigators. We have Dr. Ajayi, Dr. Ajayi, Dr. Nawa, Dr. Dalandi, that's a mistake, Dr. Bijan, and we have the background. So, according to study, about 9.6 million people die from cancer worldwide. That's in 2018, and that makes it the second largest cause of death following the vascular disorder. And of course, we have different types of cancer, but cervical cancer is considered the most prevalent cancer affecting women, and with 90% of death taking place in low and middle income country. So we want to skip all this information. You can go to the abstract. The abstract. Okay, this is our conceptual framework for the study. We're able to develop a conceptual framework and depicting different variables that we intend to look at in the course of the study. And of course, we have another conceptual framework because we couldn't put them together before the presentation, so I decided to give that out. So we want to look at the objective of the study. The main objective of the study is to determine the impact of an intervention package in the uptake of HPV among young female adolescents in Nigeria. And then our specific objective are to assess the level of knowledge of female young adolescents on cervical cancer and HPV and HPV vaccine pre and post intervention. So we're going to find out their knowledge, about their awareness about the cervical cancer, about the information on vaccine that prevent against cervical cancer, both pre and post. And also want to provide an intervention package involving education and peer support to female young adolescents on cervical cancer, and also to train female young adolescents as peer champion for reinforcement of education and intervention, and also to provide the HPV vaccine at no cost to female young adolescents. And then lastly, to assess the impact of intervention package on the uptake of vaccine. So, I only want to go with the information of the cervical cancer. When we look at the aim is to assess the impact of the intervention package, that's education and peer support on the uptake of the vaccine among young adolescents. And of course, our hypothesis is that we postulate that early adolescent girls who are exposed to intervention package will have higher uptake of the HPV vaccine. And then these are just a summary of how we intend to carry out the study. Actually, the study is going to be a multi-center study. So we're going to carry out the study in different parts of Nigeria. So the study seeks to recruit 960 early adolescents between the ages of 9 and 16 in Nigeria across multiple sites, including both rural and urban centers. So we're going to use a single blinded randomized controlled trial study design to actually look at conduct a study. So we're going to have 480 participants in the intervention and the non-intervention group. So we're going to have the intervention and the young girl that will be randomized to intervention aspect, and then those who are going to be our control. And in each of the group, we're going to have 480 participants. So the intervention group will receive education on the connection between HPV and cervical cancer, with the impact of vaccination and peer support reinforcement. While the non-intervention group will receive only general health education, and the vaccine will be made available at no cost to participants hereafter, that is after the intervention. So we are proposing that the chi-square test will be used to assess for association between dependent and independent variable for bivariate analysis, while binary logistic regression analysis will be used to determine association between dependent and independent variable for multivariate analysis. And of course, the expected outcome, it is expected that there will be an increase in the level of awareness of early adolescent death on HPV vaccination, which of course will increase the uptake of the HPV vaccine. And we also concluded in conclusion with that early adolescent girls who are exposed to the intervention package will have higher uptake of the vaccine, and of course, in the long run, will prevent the HPV-related cancer. So I want those people. So we have so those programs are concept in it. So this is our work breakdown structure. So the first one we look at is the development of study protocol. So before we conduct the study, it is expected that we develop our study protocol, and further will guide us as we conduct the study. So the first thing is ethics. We're going to get ethical approval from HRAs and the state HRAC, and also development and adoption of validated instruments, and also development and validation of IP education content, peer support content, and also development of record tools and and also development of content for peer support tools, like flyers, PowerPoint, and poster. And then that's overlapping. And then for the next thing now is community engagement. So of course we cannot go to the community to conduct any study or research without engaging with the stakeholders in the community. So we have for community engagement, we have total number of training sessions for peer support. We are going to have different training sessions. So number of training, we are going to have different number of training. They're meeting with the stakeholders, the local government, the school authority, because we are going to use students in secondary school, the PTA, the Parent Teacher Association, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and also as the case may be, there may be need to give incentive to some of those stakeholders. And also the next one is a consent announcement. So here we have the test assessment using interviewer administered questionnaire and single blind randomization. Please. So our objective education of intervention of non-intervention participants, that's through school outreach. Then objective number 3, selection and training of peer support, provision of working team to peer champion, and objective number 4, procurement of consumable, transportation, logistics, and the administration of vaccine. The last objective, that's a post-intervention assessment using questionnaire, record and then assess total number of vaccine administered. So we are still working on the timeline is 24 months. So, and also our Gantt charts, we are still working to perfect. Thank you.
Well done, Group C. Any comments or questions for Group C?
Thank you for the presentation, Group C. I wanted to ask, okay, just to make a comment regarding your conclusion, is that I think it was a definitive statement, like you have already done it. It was kind of like definitive. So it just modify it to
expected.
You said also the
Okay. Thank you very much, Lucy, for this presentation. Let me start by saying that it's a good thing to work in the school among them. But I just pray that you don't start this your study after the next general election. Because we had an experience recently. We had to do a study that involves schools. And I'm from Osun State. They did not give us permission after the election. We will not tell you that it was. Because they want to be sure they are coming to our school at this time, which information are you, but that's by the side. Now, I don't know, but the first line that you opened when you started, you gave cancer statistics. And I want to believe in 2022. Yeah, 2018 is very close. But when it comes to statistics about some of these diseases, especially for writing to get funded, 2018 is down too long. We should be able to get cancer statistics for 2020 or 2021 or towards 2020. So that will be able to drive out your authority very well. And secondly, I want to believe that is a mistake what you presented as conceptual framework. That is not conceptual, because conceptual framework should link each of the concepts you are looking at in the study and relate how they relate to one another, and not outline of activities. And you talked about how you are going to do some analysis, and you said you are planning to do RCT, and I don't see any of the analysis that you can use to check the effect of what you have done. Maybe you will still need to look at that too. And I don't know, are you planning to develop a package yourself and develop a questionnaire yourself? I don't know, I might not be correct, but what I used to know is that it's advisable that you don't possible to get the truth from standardized place, or you don't need the truth yourself for a singular study. And you are the one that developed the package, you are the one that developed the instrument. It's not true advice. I don't know if that is correct. Maybe the faculty member will help you throw more light. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. You want to take that because it seems you are not heavy, or you want other? Thank you, Lucy, for your presentation. I'm a bit concerned, and I would like to get clarification on how the group intends to get funding for the HPV vaccines. I didn't see your sample size or the estimated number of girls you'll be working with, but I know the vaccine is a bit pricey, so I don't know how you intend to do that and how many girls do you intend to cover. Thank you.
I just want to respond to cancer data. We have standard databases for cancer data that doesn't come out every year. Globocom is one of them, and Globocom comes out maybe at times we are fortunate, like now we have 2018, but we have a current one of 2020. So I think that's a good one to check, because they don't, like I said, they don't come out often, and it's good to have that data, because what they presented, the data they presented for cervical cancer is correct, even whether from 2018 or 2020.
Thank you. Somebody said it's not correct. So I advise the group to check. 2020 is preferred.
Well, presentation. I just want to ask, concerning your analysis, you say you are going to use high-scale tests and binary logistic regression. So, at this point, are you very sure of the variables and the data you are going to get? Because your analysis will depend on the nature of the variable and data. So, because if you are using high-scale, you know that that are dealing with nominal variables. And your ID that is dependent variable and dependent variable mostly are nominal. So I'm not sure whether you already established the kind of variables you are going to use, whether to be nominal, not, or discrete. And that also would be applicable to binary logistic regression. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Under your protocol, you talked about community engagement. And from there, I saw incentives. So I want to know what type of incentive will you be giving to the community, because I know that monetary bribe is not accepted. So please tell us what type of incentive will you be giving to them.
Okay, thank you very much. My question would be, what's the current uptake for HPV vaccine? And I didn't hear you tell us any reason why it is not, there's a low uptake just now. To be able to define the kind of intervention that you are planning to do.
Thank you. Let me start with the incentive. We are not, we quite understand that it will be unethical to actually induce our subject with monetary incentive. So incentive, we are not actually referring to our study participants. We are referring to the stakeholders, the local government people, the shift, and of course, in some big studies when you are going to the community and you are seeking consent from these stakeholders, like the shift, like the others, it is rational that you don't go empty handed. It's a rational you don't go empty handed. So at this point, I wouldn't want to go into details of whether we are giving money or we are not giving money. When we get to deliver, we will know how to cost. Thank you. And for my fellow participant was asking where we are going to get funds. We actually see we could partner with NIMR and also for a grant either from NIH and some other granting bodies. So we are still working on that. And then somebody has a question on statistics, the choice of our statistical analysis. Of course, we are not a statistician. I understand differential statistics. I have some little understanding. We just came up. We understand that we are going to use some of those analyses. But of course, there are still so many other things that we are going to do. So as we continue to develop the study protocol, definitely we are going to work with statisticians who will guide us appropriately. And then for somebody who was asking whether we are going to do the study before election or after election, of course, until of course, before you go and watch, you understand the prevailing situation before you even go to the field to collect your sample or to conduct any research. So I don't know
if
I'll be able to.
You've not answered my question about current HPV vaccine uptake
Okay, currently, I may not be able to actually because when there is no currently, the uptake is very low in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. In our context notes, there is something on that. Currently, the uptake is less than 2%, between 1 and 2% in Nigeria. One of the reasons that we've seen in literature is the low awareness about it, and the cost implications. That is why we are also thinking of giving education to increase awareness and making the vaccine to be free for the students. Also, bridging the gap between the students and the facility, because most of them presently need to go to the facility. We are taking the vaccine to the school. That will also reduce the structural barrier between the girls and the vaccine. So that's what informed our decision for the intervention.
Say that we should be mindful of setting up structures that will not stand the test of time. If you're taking vaccines to them in school, is that what you're going to be advocating across the state? I know for HPV vaccine, the main likely is not taken up because of the cost.
Yes.
It's not about awareness alone. Awareness is a small aspect of it. So maybe you will focus your study to see how you can get to them at cheaper cost.
Thank you. Most of secondary schools, part of what should be in existence is a school clinic. So one of the recommendations that we want to also give, since this is targeting the school girls, the prevention is for between 9 and 16, and most of these girls will be in secondary school by then. So upgrading our school clinics and the vaccines that are supposed to be taken there can be made available. That's what we think about the sustainability.
And it's true that the vaccine does for boys,
but majorly HPV infection is common among the female, and it leads to cervical cancer among the female. So that's why we are targeting the girls. It's not that it's not also made for boys. Okay, so you are being counseled to reflect it. What? Sorry, can we have just one more? To reflect it in your write-up while you are focusing on those. I think HPV has been integrated in some other cancers apart from cervical cancer, but maybe they are not as prevalent as cervical cancer. So, in the scale of morbidity and mortality. But again, it is a sexually transmitted infection involving males and females. So those are conversations, things to think about. So,
thank you very much. I think the quality of presentation has been very good, because there are gaps that we need to fill. So when we point out these things, it's just for you to read around those topics so it's stronger, okay? Now I'm going to raise one. Now you said single randomized. Okay, so we no longer use those terminologies. So you need to say who you are. You are single blinded. Single blinded, yeah. Single blinded or whatever. So but the point is that if you want to blind assessor, you can say is assessor blinded or the participant blinded. Now, proofs you use something like triple blinded, whatever. Those things are only useful if you clearly specify who you are blinding. Because each of them will be addressing one type of bias or the other, either selection or performance bias. So you need to say who you are blinding. So it's because when you do risk of bias assessments, they're going to be asking for that information you write. And then for the giving incentives, it's part of research. But it has to be the culturally appropriate incentives that is sustainable. Okay? Because if you give something that the neighborhood that comes to that town, they'll say, the other people came for 2 goats. Why are you giving us only rich lamb? Why are you giving us only rich lamb and cola? Everybody's 2 goats, 1 car. Now, so you need to be sensitive that others who are coming may not have NIH grants. They just have a little money from university. So you have to make it culturally sensitive and something that is sustainable. Because like you said rightly, you go to see some people, you must carry something with you. Don't try to win them by giving them too much because that will be unethical. Because you are coercing them. You are not making them to do it with a gift, and that is unethical.
Thank you, sir. I saw some hands.
Thank you for the presentation. I was going to ask that there is a population that is affected by this HPV virus that has been excluded from this plan. I'm not asking about the out of school girls. It was a mission.
Thank you.
Just an addition. I think you can also look at the intervention you want to carry out in the area of strengthening the school health services. But most secondary schools you go, their school health services is actually very, very low. So by using this method, you can also use it to strengthen their school health services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Especially in Nigeria.
Schools. Secondary education is almost free. And one of the reasons why we do have out of school girls, probably because of cost of education, which has been taken care of already. So we believe that where we can get higher populations of girls, and we can have access to them based on what we see also in literature is school. So that's why we have decided to make use of this. Thank you very much. Just to add that the freeness of secondary education is not uniform across the country. And even in some states where it is free, there are other things like transportation to school. There are some that the school fees is waived, but books are not waived. The parents have to buy those things at a counter. So there is a large population of out of school girls. But you can decide to focus on the school and somebody else focus on Thank you very much. In the absence of any other questions, our next activity is a presentation by the Executive Director of NIMR Foundation, Dr. Sobande.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, one question that we received in over time. Okay, so the question that I keep getting is, what's the relationship between NIMR and NIMR Foundation? And I think I've tried to explain that to a lot of people. But I think that this is just a good opportunity to just say what this is all about. I think one thing that is very clear to everyone is that funding for research in Nigeria is very poor. We did a study earlier on in the year, and we were trying to make a case. And you'll see why we had to do that at some point in the course of the presentation. We had to do some analysis of the budget of the federal government of Nigeria to really see how much is spent on research and try to compare that across board. For NIMR, we found out that the median spend on research is just around 119 million a year over the last 10 years, as in yearly expenditure on research. So the question is, what are you going to use 119 million for? Is it to buy genetic analyzer? The last time I checked, it was $320,000. It will buy one, that money. It is the current exchange rate. So the question is, what kind of research are you supposed to do with that kind of money? So typically what you see in the budget line every year is just to take care of personnel and maybe a few capital expenditure and nothing more. So research work is actually not done, if you look at it. Most of the research fellows actually do research because they just want to move along the cadre and not really to solve the problem of Nigeria or the health system challenges that we have. And so that's why the innovative idea about having a foundation came about. So the thing is, everyone is talking about innovative financing, and the good people at NIMR thought that, okay, what is the one way that we can get money to do things that NIMR is supposed to do in actual fact? We've done several things, and one thing that becomes very clear is that the law establishing even NIMR itself is a very funny law, in the sense that NIMR is nested within 3 other institutes, and their law is just about 3 pages, just saying what NIMR is supposed to do within the science and tech law. So there was even a time that the Ministry of Science and Technology was asking NIMR to be moved back to its parent ministry because the law establishment actually placed it under it. So, but it's very funny to look at it when you say that this is an apex body that is supposed to coordinate medical research in the country. So really, how can it be under science and technology? But if you look at it another way, another angle, you can still say it's science and tech, but ideally it's not. So NIMR has come a long way, and the real deal about NIMR Foundation is that NIMR Foundation is a child of NIMR, a child of necessity, just like I'm hearing about. The goal and the vision or the purpose for establishing NIMR Foundation is just basically to be able to do all the things that NIMR is supposed to do, but has not been able to do over the years. If you compare, NIMR is supposed to be something like the MRC UK or the NIH in the US. But the remit that it currently has is very limited in scope. Number one, NIMR doesn't have that overreaching mandate to direct the health research agenda for Nigeria. That function is vested with the Federal Ministry of Health, and they exercise it through various organs, the departments and agencies, including NIMR. In furthering the goal of the health research agenda for Nigeria, NIMR ideally should be working with research institutes and academic institutions around the country to actually undertake the health research agenda. So typically what you have in NIH or MRC is that they have what they want to fund in terms of what the health research agenda looks like. So they do part of it, which is what they call the intramural, and then a lot of it is now funded through other organizations saying that, okay, I want you to look at this and all of that. So for NIH, I think they have 27 centers of excellence across different disease areas and health systems challenges and all of that. So to cut it short, so NIMR came up with the idea that we can look for private sector funding to actually address all of the perennial challenges that we've had over the years. But more importantly, in addition to getting funding, to now begin to look at commercialization of those products. People have come up with brilliant ideas. Every time I keep reading in the news, so somebody has come up with an ingenious way of powering, of making electricity using urine, using water, using this and all of that. And that is about it. Nothing gets done beyond that stuff. So how do we take it from the laboratory to the bedside or to the market? That is the second main thing that NIMR Foundation is supposed to address. So NIMR Foundation was basically established to do all of that. And it was established in such a way that it's a sort of public-private partnership, if you look at it. But NIMR Foundation itself is actually registered with CAC as a not-for-profit organization. We have our own board and a management committee. So basically, we have a working relationship with NIMR in every way. So whatever we do is to further accelerate and clarify the vision of NIMR. We don't do anything different from what NIMR would naturally do. So what do I mean by that? We know that NIMR is supposed to do 3 things in the real sense of it. Number one, directly help research agenda for Nigeria, fund the research along those areas through NIMR itself and through other universities and research institutions around, and then, of course, lead the commercialization efforts from those things. Because if you look elsewhere around the world, what you actually find is that in terms of funding, health actually contributes in terms, if you look at GDP contribution, if you look at the gross domestic product of any nation, health is actually a big one in Nigeria. I mean, elsewhere around the world. But in Nigeria, that's not the situation. In Nigeria, what we have is that health is barely contributing maybe just about 1%. Most of our GDP, GDP analysis that we do for Lagos, because I've worked a lot in health system strengthening. Well, over the years that we've done for Lagos, in terms of national health account, our GDP contribution to, health contributing to the overall GDP is just about 1 to 2%, nothing more than that. Most of it is coming from transportation, manufacturing, and the rest, and financial services. So the question is, how do we move beyond that? What you will notice is that our vision, our mission, everything is tailored to NIMR. This is not different from NIMR. Because we can't do anything different from what NIMR is doing. But the only difference is that we are to mobilize resources from the private sector, especially, and deploy those things to focus on two major things. Number one, build capacity. Build capacity for research, medical research, healthcare research and development in Nigeria. And then secondly, focus on homegrown innovations and development of medicines, vaccines, and technology to actually move the health system forward. Those are two major things that we're going to establish for. So how do we want to really do this? We propose that we're going to do this by doing all of this. They actually divided into two parts. The first part is about building capacity for research across board. And the first thing we want to do is to establish and fund PhDs, postdocs, and sabbatical positions across both in NIMR, universities, and other research institutions. So by so doing, we'll be able to build capacity for people to undertake research, quality research in Nigeria. And secondly, the other way we want to build capacity around that is actually through this grantsmanship training that we're doing and all of that. So we see that actually falls within that. I've mentioned the part about getting resources, especially from the private sector. But also, you also see that we have changed the way we are doing this now. When we started out and we launched it, that was November 4 last year. We set out to raise 10 billion. Because we did some initial work, and we found out that to be able to do all of the things we want to do in terms of funding certain number of PhDs, we said we wanted to fund at least 20 per year, right? We wanted to do grantsmanship and mentorship training of this nature twice a year. We wanted to be able to fund at least 10 travel grants every year, have at least 2 or 3 sabbatical positions to undertake research and all of that. We found out that would take us roughly that we need around 180 million every year. And that was the reason why we went along with the plan to actually raise 10 billion. Because if you raise 10 billion and you invest it at maybe the nominal rate of inflation in a year, in Nigeria, maybe you get at least maybe 180. Sorry, I made a mistake. That was supposed to be around 800 million. So if you got a return of 8% at least on 1 billion, how much would that be every year? 10%. You will get around. How much will you get? If you invest 10 billion and you get 10% of that back, 100, right? Is it 100? It's 1 billion. It's 1 billion. So we were able conservative and we said, okay, let's even think that we'll get 8% back every year. That gives us 800 billion to work with. And that was the rationale. But of course, yes, Someone posted a video in the group yesterday about having a beautiful research and all of that. You know, just like Mohammed Ali said, everyone is prepared to fight until you get punched in the face. We were ready for that, and we knew that it was likely that we would not be able to raise the 10 billion, but at least we were willing to start from somewhere. We raised a total of just 350 million so far. But along the line, we now told ourselves that, wait, one of the key questions we keep getting asked by the private sector is that, how much is government really putting down? So we've sort of changed our strategy to now go back to government and begin to say, NIMR is your child. We found your child on the road, right? We brought him back to you. Please clothe him and feed him. And that's essentially what the chairman said to the Minister of Finance the last we had in June. That this medical research is important, it's very key for our national health and development, and we need to fund it appropriately. So, one of the things we are doing now is actually to do advocacy to government itself to actually fund health research. And I think we've made a lot of progress. For this year, at least, okay, I'm not supposed to disclose that, but NIMR has got a sizable funding in terms of the envelope for next year. So that's something. And in order not to get it slashed, we have another meeting on Wednesday with the National Assembly people, and they are making promises that it won't get slashed. At least that amount will come in next year, and we can begin to do quality research. So that's progress. So in terms of what we are doing, I've already mentioned this in passing. So grantsmanship and mentorship training is further down along the line. But the first thing we really wanted to do is, just like I said, give out awards for people. One of the things that you know people struggle with in Nigeria, especially those who are doing PhD, is that oftentimes there's a paucity of funding, even for you to undertake a course. Unlike when you go abroad where you have a tenured professor who has a grant and is actually getting something, and is even the one paying part of your tuition and some stipend for you to actually undertake your PhD, what we see in Nigeria is quite different. So our thinking is that we could do this locally, that you don't need to go abroad to do your PhD, right? I know Japa is in the mind of everyone, but we are thinking of local approach to it. That we want people to do their PhD here and do it with the right funding in order for them to be fully at peace and be able to do it. A lot of time, I worked in the university before. I know a lot of people who are doing masters and PhDs are also running around trying to do this and do that. And so you don't really get that focus and that attention, and you don't get that quality output that you're supposed to. So can we begin to fund PhDs and fellowships along this line? That's what NIMR Foundation is thinking. And in addition to that, we also thought that for those who are undertaking this PhD, they may need to present their findings or attend the short training and all of that. So we also have a travel award for travel grants for people to actually do short courses, attend conferences and all of that. And then of course, when they are done, we also want to be able to have position for postdocs, especially at NIMR and Partner Institute. So, and of course, grantsmanship and mentorship training is one of the other things that we actually said we're going to do. NIMR started that in 2019. You know, there was an initial conference that was done in 2018, funded through the Wellcome Trust Grant, where they were able to develop the curriculum that we're using for this particular program. And then with another pilot funding, they did the first one in 2019. That's November 2019. They had the first cohort. Well, nothing happened after that because of COVID and all of that. And of course, paucity of funding, everybody was focused on COVID. And that's why we decided to resuscitate it and start it. But the good news about this is that at least we know we're going to do 2 next year, and we have funding for those 2. So this will definitely continue. This just shows what we are thinking of in terms of where are we thinking? What kind of research are we looking to fund? They will be focused around this one. Because for us, the key for the foundation is really about commercialization and innovation, right? Innovation and commercialization. We are not funding research that people want to do for the sake of doing research. We want to fund research that actually address our peculiar health problems and health system challenges. So, global competitiveness and innovation in health, research to enhance and extend healthy lives, and then of course, building a responsive and very strong health systems. Those are some of the things. I've explained this. So the idea was just have an endowment of 10 billion, and then on the basis of whatever income you earn every year, fund the activities of the foundation. That is still very much in the works. We still intend to get that 10 billion and more. We're only waiting for this election cycle to pass before we start again. Because there's a lot of uncertainty, even when you go to people to ask them for money. Everyone is waiting for this election to pass. So we are waiting. In terms of who are the people running this show, if you look at this one, I don't think you will imagine him as a health advocate. That's Mr. Babatunde Raji Fashola, SA and COA. Yeah, President Muhammadu Buhari just gave him the commander of the order of Elijah on Tuesday. He's a very passionate man. If you listen to him and he talks about health, and now we can actually move health forward. I think the ideas I've heard from him and how he has been passionate about it, he's even done better than even the beginning. Sorry, let me not say that. Okay. But he speaks more passionately and seems to have definite and practical solutions for health, even more than I've heard from the health sector. And he's been on that case and he's making headway. I mean, we've gotten into rooms that we will never have yet to enter. We got us a meeting with the Ministry of Finance, with the Minister and everybody involved, and they approved, well, maybe the biggest sum that NIMR will ever get. We are having a meeting with the National Assembly on Wednesday because of the same thing, that things are really moving. And of course, I think you also know this man. His Highness Muhammad Sanusi the second, the 14th Emir of Kano. When you also talk about the girl child and health and nutrition, you'll be amazed. So really, at the end of the day, what you realize is that we have a lot of advocates outside the health sector that we need to leverage on. And he has been in front of it. Of course, we know Mrs. Muchi Makwadiola. Yeah, an eminent broadcaster and journalist, and I mean, she's everywhere getting us in the media, trying to push the conversation about funding health research. And of course, Professor Biriji was with us, and Professor Olajide, they were with us last week, and I think you heard it from them directly. They have been the one pushing in terms of the technical aspect of it and all of that. Health research agenda, how are we supposed to frame, because one of the first things we did when we came was just to sort of frame the question and try to answer what their strategy would be like, and then also create some monitoring and evaluation framework for how we're going to measure whether we're getting results or not and all of that. And they've been very key. And fortunately, they also sit on the Research Advisory Council for NIMR. So they provide a lot of the technical reviews and direction for the foundation. And that in a nutshell, so to say, is what NIMR Foundation is. This Board of Trustees has been expanded, and now includes, that was just happening, and now includes the DJ of NIMR itself as the institute. And then, of course, next year, we'll have more female representation at the board. Yeah. So, by and large, we do everything and work with NIMR, And everything that we're doing is essentially focused on NIMR. And we hope, and I'm thinking and our hope is that NIMR Foundation will soon close out, if possible. Why do I say that? Let NIMR get sufficient funding to do its work, and let's get out of the way. That's the goal. We don't want to retain ourselves for too long, and we really hope that the Nigerian government will do the needful and take its rightful place and begin to fund as a priority. And of course, one of the things you observe as you do this work of advocacy is that people often believe in funding physical things that they can see and not the intangible things. And that's where the problem is. And it's, you know, we had a meeting with the CBN governor, and oh, sorry, let me not say that again. Okay. So you listen to people who are up there and who make decisions about the nation, and then you listen to the conversation, and then it begins to dawn on you why we are where we are actually. Because when you talk about research, to them it's an abstract. And I think it's also something for us to take away as researchers, because oftentimes people don't understand what we do. And I'm happy that one of the things we are doing today is about communication plan. Because you want to be able to communicate with different things of your research. If you look at most developed economies, the things that actually boost their GDP and the things that give them the leverage that they have are the intangible things. Financial services, tech, AI, all of those things. And just imagine that something like a Tesla alone is worth more than the whole valuation of Nigeria. Just one company. So the thing is this, that beyond all the research we are doing, what are we going to come up with? Look at COVID and the economy around COVID. One of the key messages we are trying to pass is that research is beyond the research itself. In fact, investing in research by itself actually is a booster to the economy. Because nobody does research by his or herself alone. You have to employ research assistants, you have to employ other people to work with you. There are immediate benefits for investing in research and development in healthcare. And they are apparent immediately. Although the long-term effect is what we are really trying to get. For example, if you come up with a vaccine, or for the sake of national sovereignty and integrity or whatever you look at it, look at the case of COVID. Before they gave us all the handout that we got, they made sure that they actually satisfy their own citizens first. The question is, if something more catastrophic than this actually happened, are we going to sit down and fold our hands and wait for handouts? I think we need to begin to think about it differently. And that's why I'm really excited about people talking about genomics and actually coming up with vaccines for our problems. The question is, why has Lassa fever not used? Why don't we have a vaccine for Lassa fever for so long? It's not their problem, it's our problem. And we should brace up and solve it. It's our own challenge. So my own challenge to everyone here is that we need to find a way to communicate what we do better. And that's why beyond the academic reporting of your research, how do you explain that intangible thing to the public to really understand what you are doing? Because that's what you need to defend the budget and actually seek for more funding. And then secondly, we should endeavor to take it beyond research for the sake of research and actually start looking at things around developing actual vaccines, technologies, and medical products that people can actually use. And elsewhere around the world, what you find that universities typically establish this commercial arm that actually brings in a lot of funding. They go as far as developing drugs, developing vaccines, and all of that. And you know how much they earn even from the COVID stuff. An institution like Harvard, how much is the endowment today? Harvard, do you have any idea? Well, the last time I checked, it was at least $46 billion. That's more than the entire budget of Nigeria for a year, right? How much is our budget for next year? It's around 18 billion. Yeah, something like that. How much is $46 billion? Imagine that you sit on that every year and you earn a return of, let's say, 10%. That's $4.6 billion to work with every year. That's some good money. So the question is also at our institution, how are we going to create something like this to actually bring about research? I think I'll just stop there. I don't know if anyone has questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for telling us about the foundation. It's such, it's such a good information. I just want to know, you talked about some of the key areas that the NIMR Foundation intends to achieve. In addition to these kinds of training, we talked about sponsorship for postdocs, for fellowships, for travel grants, and so on and so forth. I just want to find out who are entitled or who qualifies to be sponsored. Is it those in NIMR or other people from other parts of the country are entitled? Now, I'm asking this because just this year, I got accepted 2 different fellowships. One in Nigeria, one in the Netherlands. And they said, okay, it's highly subsidized, you have to pay for your flight and accommodation, and this is for, I said, it's the next day. Then after some time, okay, yes, I got another approval for, very interesting things. Okay? Bioinformatics and AI in analysis of human cancer and related. So excited, to be accepted. But when they say you have to pay for flight and accommodation, I say, stay on one side. Then just 2 or 3 days ago, I got another acceptance at the Netherlands. Another very beautiful, but they say you have to pay for this. So now that I'm hearing this, something is bubbling inside me. Who is the title?
Thank you for your question.
Yes, what is?
Sorry, Dr. Johanna. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the thing is that what I want you to think of is from this is not to think of what NIMR Foundation may possibly going to give you. Well, how can you start up something like this in your institution? That's on one side. But of course, the work for NIMR Foundation is for all Nigerians. Just like all the people, we got applications from all the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. And the people here are a representative of all Nigerians, so to say. We've got people from at least all the geopolitical zones, and we have a good mix of females. So those are things that we prioritize. Of course, certain portion of it will be dedicated for people who are NIMR, but the major part of it is actually thrown to outsiders to actually apply for. But of course, we haven't got yet. Remember when I said that we need at least 10 million to be able to keep this up. We only have 350 million so far. It's not so much. But we are sure we will get it after the election. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question would be, what will you do with the 360 million now? Do you just wait until you have 10 million before you take into an endowment fund, or how does it work? Then secondly, what's the organizational structure of the foundation? It wasn't part of the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Ferreira, right? Okay, I skipped that part of the presentation actually, intentionally. So what we've done is, in going to people to ask, we wanted to be as transparent as possible. So the idea that we came up with was to set up a trust fund that we don't have access to, the board does not have access to. So nobody can just wake up one day and say, go bring me 50 million or 1 billion from that money. No. We set up a trust with trustees. They receive all monies that come to us and they invest it. based on an agreed principle in terms of distribution. So some are in corporate bonds, federal government bonds, and some very little kept in liquid cash or fixed deposit and rest. So we have an agreement with them. They are responsible for administering them. Even for funding this, they have to approve the money for it. And they are responsible for auditing what we do. That's why we are so much on your case, as in terms of receipts and all of that. Because one of the things we also said is that we're going to do an audit of the account every year, and they will also do their own audit. They'll be responsible for all the fiduciary issues around that money. So that money is kept in an account, and since we got it, it has accrued at least some decent, very decent money on it. And that's basically what we are spending for this. Yeah, so that's what we do. In terms of the arrangement, the governance structure is such that we have a board of trustees, the incorporated trustees, who are responsible for providing oversight, for strategy, for ensuring that the right people are hired, and then just for oversight. Then we have the management committee, which is led by myself, who run the day-to-day affairs of the foundation. Yeah, so that's how it is.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is regarding the relationship between NIMR and other sister institutes under the same ministry. I wonder if there's a form of collaboration between the entities, or do you only get to meet when you go to your overseeing ministry and nothing really?
That's about NIMR, right?
Yes, NIMR. Oh. And other institutes like NICRE and other institutes under the ministry.
I may not be able to speak for NIMR because I'm not a staff of NIMR. I'm a staff of the foundation. But I'm aware that we actually collaborate on a lot of things. And there's even a vaccine project that is going on. And we have people from Bonn, from Udit, and there's a whole bunch of consortium funded by Tech Fund that's working on vaccine development, COVID vaccine and Lassa fever vaccine. So someone from NIMR was actually supposed to be here. It didn't quite work out the way it was supposed to. But there's a very good relationship with all the sister research institutes. And there is a framework that is actually coming up, and a new law that is coming up that is actually going to even engender that even more. So they work together, and they actually need to do a lot more together. Yeah, so you are very correct in terms of that. So I don't know if there's somebody who wants to speak to that. Okay, yeah.
Okay, that's thank you.
Who wants to touch? Hello? I saw that there is something else. So these awards, what is on my mind is what's happening, let's say, in NIH. There is a call application of, let's say, proposal, and then people now apply, and then they get grants. Is it what I'm thinking? And then if that is the case, actually this is what has been on my mind too for a long time, that I'm expecting NIMR to start that. Then the other thing is this. I've observed that I'm the only person from northeastern Nigeria, and this worries me a lot. And I remember when Professor Salako made a presentation with Nile University in one of their lecture series or workshops. I mentioned that, and I remember Professor Dizidogo, who is the current Vice Chancellor, said he actually said it to Professor Salako, and Professor Salako said that NIMR doesn't have money. And what I talked about is having regional centers whereby something or things that are happening in NIMR might also be happening in other regions of Nigeria, so that we get infected with what is happening. And based on what's happening, actually I would like to see a center, maybe in one center in northeastern Nigeria, or
centers spread across. Even if these people come around, okay, when we went around NIMR, I have the feeling that the rest of the rest of Nigeria actually don't know what is happening in NIMR, to be honest with you. And so if we have some like coordinating centers, if they come to NIMR 2 or 3 times in the year and they see how virtually the staff here, or let me say the faculty here, they are the ones getting their grants to even build these places, not the federal government grant or let me say funding or subvention that is doing it. I believe that once we see what is happening here, they will go and get it there, get the grants, build those places as this place is paid. And so these are some of the suggestions that I think will also help in what NIMR is doing across Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's very much a point. Let me quickly respond to this. The NIMR awards, so yes, it's exactly what you're thinking of. It's just like the same way NIH or any other organization will put a request for proposals or announce funding calls. So that's what it is. Like I also mentioned, some part of it are reserved for people at NIMR, while the majority is actually for people outside NIMR. So, because NIMR cannot do all the research or healthcare research for the whole of Nigeria, they definitely have to partner with universities and research institutions across board to be able to get it done. And that's the idea. Also, secondly, NIMR, one of the things we're also trying to work with NIMR also is in terms of actually putting itself out there. One of the things we found with researchers is that we really haven't captured that. Research is not sexy. It doesn't sound like that. I mean, for a lot of people, the question is, one of the things we've come up with, and which we plan to kickstart in the new year, is also to get people to talk about their research effort in layman language. How can you say what you are doing in a way that people out there who are not within the research field can understand it and relate with it? That's one of the things we plan to kick off. And just also to get people around to really even understand what NIMR is all about. That's one of the things. But in terms of spread beyond Lagos, NIMR has liaison office in Abuja. We have house station in Meremikwu and Niger. That's the Kanji house station. The NIMR house station in Meremikwu is actually very functional, and they've even done new stuff, and we have staff there. I'm speaking as if I'm a staff of NIMR. Sorry, I'm not a staff of NIMR, but I'm very conversant with what is going on. So we actually have an house station. Of course, can we do better? A lot more can be done. In terms of Northeast and representation, we had a total of 3 applications from the Northeast. 3, yes. Okay, so you are the chosen one. So we had another application, one from Taraba and then from Bauchi. But of course, we said we were going to give consideration for merit and then also geographical spread. So we got somebody from Gombe, and you are the one. So we'll try to do better, right? But more importantly, for us, as part of our sustainability plan and for spreading the message, one of the things we also expect is that you will go to Gombe and go cascade down and let people know what is happening here, right? And then we take it from there and get it better. And hopefully, for the next 2 sessions that we'll have, we'll be able to have more people applying from either Bauchi, Gombe, Adamawa, Meremikwu, and the rest. So that, I mean, we have this message across board. By and large, we'll try to do better. But the suggestion is well taken. Thank you. That's what I like.
Sorry. Surprisingly, the new cancer center in UAPH, I'm part of the
actually asked to come and support the cancer center. So it was in the Emdican common room that someone, it's a group of guys talking that, oh, is this call from NIMR about grandmanship? Have you applied? So they like reminded us. Unfortunately, I was the only one. They didn't actually apply.
Okay. That's very good. So what we also make sure of is that whenever they call, we expect that the next one will go in May 2023, and then the fourth one will hold October 2023. So when we put out the call for applications, definitely share it in your WhatsApp group so you can also help us disseminate it across board. No, we can't do more than 30 now. And I think you know why. Yes. Being able to manage the class, I mean, having that level of interaction and all of that, yeah. The only thing we can do that will be different to accommodate more people will probably be to have more sessions. But we don't need to do that. Because part of the sustainability plan that we said we're going to adhere to, and which you also signed up to, you all signed the honor code, right? Yes. So we expect you to cascade this training within your institution. The reason for that, I think you already got, I mean, from last week's presentation, it's very clear why you need to do that. Number one, we promised our funders that we're going to ensure that those who attend this training actually do cascading. Number two, for your own peace and for your own progress, you also need to cascade it because you need to build like minds to work together. It's very important. You can't know this thing all by yourself and just keep it to yourself. You must cascade it. And we expect that everyone will do this within the first 3 months after this training. You signed up. And we expect that you will do a proper training. If you need support from us to be able to do this training, we will not feed you. Yeah, we will not do any of those things. But in terms of cascading the training, if you need any support, please reach out to the foundation. And we'll be able to do that. But it's very important that you also build a team within and across. You know, Professor Meremikwu actually emphasized that a lot last week. And what we are going to do, we've shared all the presentations with you, right? We've recorded the sessions and we'll give you before you leave, right? So what else do you need actually? And you've understood everything, right? So just know that as you are going back, you will need to actually cascade this. It's very, very important.
Would that be a step-down module of some sort? Or it has to be 3 weeks? You know,
No. You will have to adapt it according to
step-down module.
Yes.
Can we have a universal one? Is it possible?
Oh.
Like a module that you can step down as you go back.
So you will have to come up with how to do that.
Please, yeah.
And you can share with us and we can provide you tips on how to. But just like we all understand, context is very important, and then the people you are dealing with is also key. So you will know what is appropriate for your institution. And remember that these are not going stuff. And one of the suggestions that we've been given by the facilitators at the faculty is that we need to perform hand-holding for even this group for at least the next 1 year. And we intend to do that. But let me tell you, this can only work if we get that sense of commitment and dedication from you guys to actually do it. You know, we all made a pact that we're going to do at least one systematic review within the next 1 year, right? Yeah. I hope we all agree to that. Yeah. We're already making arrangements with the juniors to actually schedule that training. The person has said that she will most likely consider Wednesday. She's here to get back to me on all of that. But those are things that we need to. So part of the things we also need to do that we've agreed that we're going to do is that at least you guys will have, I mean, we're assigning you mentors based on the faculty that we have. That's something we haven't discussed currently with the faculty, but that's something that we plan to do, to actually assign, maybe part the group that you have now, to actually assign you mentors. You will have a check-in meeting every month, and then maybe a quarterly meeting at least, maybe Zoom or something, to really check on your progress and what are you doing. We are going to issue you a mentorship handbook, so that you feel it to do what you are doing over time, and then we'll see how we are doing over time. So that's all.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I have a couple of comments to make. Your talk was actually very deep, and it's really sounding so memory of what you said. But I am not so happy with one of the talk you made that NIMR Foundation is going to close out. The meaning is that you want to run this foundation in the short run or what? So what the great things that you are doing, I don't subscribe to you guys closing down this foundation. The fact is that SAC is not well funded in this country, and I appreciate the fact that you have to go extra mile to raise the 10 billion that you are talking about. So I want to suggest that apart from looking at private investors or private funders, why don't you consider international big products, big foundations to get some of the grants you need for these for your operations. I know you guys there are very capable to put up very good proposals to get funded for some of these programs that you have organized for us. And lastly, I want to add that you have lofty programs that you have highlighted. If possibly, you can open windows for volunteers to some of the programs that you do, and put out calls for volunteers. And we have benefited from this foundation. I think we should be able to give back more.
Thank you. Well, one complaint I had working with development partners, I think over the last 10 years, I worked in development space. And I always get this complaint that, why do you keep coming back? If your goal is to strengthen health system, right? And you came here, they gave you a 5-year funding, and then you left, and you're coming back again to ask for another funding to strengthen that same health system that you said you went to strengthen for 5 years. Really, unless you are deceiving yourself, you haven't really done what you're supposed to do. Of course, there's the argument that, we've strengthened up to a point, we want to bring it to the maximum. How long will that support continue? So our goal is this, is that if we have achieved the target, for example, if you're able to get a commitment from federal government and bring the funding for NIMR as the oversight institute for medical research to actually begin to spend at least 2% of the health budget for the year on research, which is the agreement that we made in that World Health Assembly 2005 call for research. Number one, there have been several declarations and all of that. So if, for example, you're able to bring the health spending to at least 15% of the budget, right? And then the spending on healthcare research and development comes to around 2% of that 15%. Then there will be really no need for NIMR Foundation, really, at the end of the day. So if NIMR is getting something like maybe 100 billion or something like that every year to do research, you don't need us anymore. So NIMR within itself can actually organize some of these trainings, give out funding, give out grants, do all of the things they're supposed to do. And really, just like you said, NIMR Foundation is a child of necessity. When that need has been met, what is the essence of that thing again? Unless you evolve to something else within the institute. Yes. Maybe NIMR Foundation will probably become the arm doing all of the things, secretariat and all that. Yes. Yeah. But we'll continue to evaluate whatever we're doing over time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing what NIMR Foundation.
We'll take that into under advice. Like they say, yes, we are willing to take volunteers, but we'll grow. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for sharing the vision and the mission of NIMR Foundation with us. I just want to hold on to one of the things you told us about the functions of NIMR, which is to provide services and commercialize some of the innovations that the NIMR has come about. And I like the fact that you're thinking about development of vaccines. So my question is that you shed more light if you have any information about development of reagents. Because I work in the lab and most of the reagents and the consumables we use, they come from abroad. And during the lockdown and post-lockdown period, we had a lot of issues getting reagents, consumables, cartridges, because now we don't perform all of the manual methods, we are going automated. And so it becomes a problem when we cannot find even a single component. There's something they call a koji, it's around 14,000 naira. If we can't find that reagent, our machine will not work. And all the requests that we have, we just have to put them on hold. So I don't know if NIMR is looking into local production of these reagents and consumables for use. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Dr. David. But I'm also going to throw that question back to you. And I'm going to say that, remember what we said, that NIMR is supposed to be like an oversight organization, working with academic institutions and research institutes across to actually achieve those goals. So of course, we will definitely expect that your institution and NIMR and all the other institutions working in Nigeria will be focusing on all of these issues. Remember that one of the big ones that we put there is around innovation in healthcare, and we put a lot around diagnostics. Very key for us. So the question is, can we take apart any product from, for example, nanopore, for example. Nanopore makes the grid iron, right? Grid iron, and all of this stuff. Can we take it apart and make our own? Just the same way China is doing. I buy a product from you, I tear it apart and find out what you're doing, and I make my own. Can we produce those assets? The technology that Nanopore is selling is just that protein that's on that thing, and that's the specific technology they're using to make whatever. And this emoji and any other thing you think about is still the same thing. So can we make ours instead of depending on that? That's the real deal. I think that's what researchers around Nigeria need to start thinking about. Making devices, technologies, vaccines, drugs, everything that we need to actually attend to our own, so that you will not be stranded. Of course, the global village, but if there's anything that COVID taught us, is that globalization has come to an end. It's every man for himself. So we need to also change our own mindset and begin to think along that way. But of course, that's something NIMR needs to be doing, and we should all do together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sorry, Dr. David wanted to.
Well, I was going to leave it like that, but NIMR actually has a unit called RAID, Research and Innovation Development. So they're looking into production of some of this equipment for analysis. So that's what, there's a unit for that. And then, of course, we're also trying to produce primers that will help. So, but it can't only be NIMR, like he said. All of us are involved in this thing. So how can you contribute? That was why we're going to say that he has, talked about all of that. But these are the things we're also looking at in NIMR.
The last question.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful opportunity. I do remember one of the requirements we have to fulfill before coming over is to do some 2 online courses. I've done the one on ethics before, one time that I need to take ethical approval from usage. Actually, but the other one on grants that has the 11, I've not done it before. I remember that 2 days to the time I travel, I have to tell my wife that when I'm back, this course you need to register for it and finish yourself. Because it's very, very educative. And I think one of the issues they raised in that course is type of. You want to greet us?
No, please go. All the best.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you. I'm going to catch a flight. I'm going to the Gambia.
Wow.
Thank you all. You're wonderful. I'm sure we all stay in touch.
Yes.
You're very blessed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I do remember one of the modules they emphasized one of the sources of something is foundation, public and private. And immediately I've started NIMR Foundation website. I read about it and the gap. So I don't know, just talking on the issue of closing or something. Now, I don't know, I'm not a pessimistic person, but I don't see Nigerian government closing up that gap. So I think that the foundation will still be necessary because even many of the corporate organizations in the country will be comfortable to give their money to things like this and give it to government agencies because of all that is involved. So if you would consider that and just strengthen so that we will know that this can be sustained, I think it will do us good even as a nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very well taken. Yeah, so that's something we'll definitely continue to look at and see how to. But one of the things that you possibly all need to also help us do, last week I said you people should follow us, right? Yes. So if you want to get the latest gist about what we are doing and when we have our calls and all of that, I think the only way you get to know is to follow us. It's very interesting that I met someone last week who works in NIMR here and who said they didn't get any of the announcement and all of that. And I found it very strange that you are right in the midst of it and you don't even know what's going on. But it happens. But the thing is this, is that we'll try to use all the means available to try to create more awareness and grow stuff. For example, if on Instagram or Facebook, making videos about what's the funny thing we can do? Maybe pranking people around. Yes. I'll get more followers. Than if I say I'm a research person. It's not so. But so the hard nut that we want to crack now is how to really make research fun and interesting and something that people will be interested in. That's what we are doing. So we're getting a media person to work with us on that kind of organic growth. So we really hope that we'll be able to crack it and really get something. But we all need to be thinking about talking to the media, getting people to know what we do. So for example, if they stop you on the road and they ask you, what do you do? That's a question to answer. I mean, how do you explain that to a lay person? I went for an inaugural lecture the other day, and the professor was telling everything that he's done. And I had a burning question at the back of my mind after the inaugural lecture. Because I just saw that it was everywhere. The inaugural lecture was a bit of everything. It wasn't focused on one thing. So I'm just asking myself a question as a researcher, shouldn't I be focused on something? Or be a professor of something? But it also tells me something about the problem that we have in Nigeria. Because one of the challenges we have is that, just like I mentioned at the beginning, that we have not been doing research for the sake of coming up with something, or actually coming up with something that addresses our problem. It's not that the research is done did not address your problem. It did. But the question is, can we get a little bit of more focus on one particular thing and solve that problem and then move on to the next? That's probably something to consider. But, yeah. So please follow us. If you want to know what our handles are, NIMR Foundation, and we have a documentary. This is the shorter version anyway. We have the 25-minute version that is different from this, and I think you must have heard it.
Understand that at the heart of all what we do is the human being.
And as an indicator begin to decline, you see the impact of a lack of focus, lack of policy attention, lack of funding in critical areas of health and education of the people.
NIMR Foundation is a child of necessity. NIMR Foundation, it has been established as a public-private partnership kind of arrangements, which is meant to accelerate and further clarify the mission and mandate of NIMR.
Indirectly supporting government to fund health research. But this NIMR funding coming from the private organizations and individuals.
And then helping NIMR to channel those funding or those funds. So those specific activities, that is building capacity and conducting research that will help the country to meet some of these health goals.
Funding for research is not compartmentalized. That means every quarter or every year it must return. So, and with NIMR Foundation, we'll be able to do that. So that if you attract funding, they want to conduct research that will last for more than 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Through the NIMR Foundation will be able to allow such funding. So our role is going to begin to interface with all levels of society, government, non-government, private, that research funding is important, research funding is good investment, research funding is good business, and research funding is a good life, yields an improved quality of life in any society where it takes place.
Every day we face these pressures, every day we understand that until we begin to look inwards, build our own research and industrial capacities in healthcare and education, we're going to continue moving backwards. We can no longer afford to depend on the outside world for our medical needs.
So you need to, one, develop capacity, human capacity for basic research, and then two, develop the infrastructural capacity where these researchers can work and have, some level of comfort in terms of accessing what they need at when due, and then able to generate the relevant information that is needed. Then go back to the next stage of applied research, and then of course come up with the implementation of research.
There are key things we want to do. 3 of them. The first one is that number one, we are providing fellowship awards. Fellowship awards meaning that we want to be able to identify early career investigators and bring them on board, build their capacity to be able to do research. And we are doing this by giving, number one, awards for PhDs and medical fellowships. We are doing grantsmanship training and we are doing mentorship.
Research institutions globally have made huge sums of money that has helped to build the health sector of their individual countries. And Nigeria has such potentials in NIMR.
So we have to understand that nobody's going to come and set our priorities for us. However, they do recognize that there are potential for making money from finding solutions to our problems. So one of the things we have to do as NIMR is to set our research agenda to be focused on the problems of Africa that are not receiving enough attention, and then try to attract the funding for that research.
And we as a research institute require more funding, much more than many other areas, because research finds solutions to problems, especially health problems. And health research is perhaps one of the research that has contributed most to human development. And therefore, countries must necessarily fund research generally, but health research in particular.
It's also important to say that the NIMR Foundation will engage with media, and we have a robust health and science reporters in Nigeria that will be able to translate findings of NIMR into the public domain for them to have a clear understanding of what we are saying.
In the last 2 years, NIMR have become, when NIMR is going to mention, it's so excellent. Now, NIMR is coming out with a foundation, NIMR Research Foundation. I'm sure if you listen to the board of trustees, you will know that we are coming out with a good product, a product that will promote innovation, a product that will build capacity of children to be able to be internationally competitive.
A country is as good as the research and the way it's able to address its own health questions.
It pays to support research, either for social development or for business interests. Whichever way they want, they can always get.
Healthcare can be a vital contributor to national development, and that's what we are all about.
Whatever gives health should become a priority, because it is only a healthy herd of people that can build the Nigeria of our dreams, or Africa of our dreams.
All of us Nigerians see a resurgent NIMR 44 years after it was created as a very, very huge opportunity, not only to deliver a better quality of life and life expectancy, but also to expand the economy, to open up sectors that are not yet opened up in our productive environment. This is an immense opportunity not to be missed.
Okay, what do you think? So we have a 25-minute clip. You can share it on the WhatsApp for you guys.